at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, and they now fall to 50-52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen couldn't hold the 1-0 lead, and D-backs batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp officially starts today at State Farm Stadium. You can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We've got some talking to do. Hi, Vinny.
Good morning, Vic. You're awfully chipper this morning.
Well, I guess. I guess I'm something. I played golf each of the last 2 days, so I should be in a good mood.
Why is that different from other days?
I know. I'm sick
Did
with it.
your golf game suffer when you went on you didn't play on vacation?
I did play on vacation.
Did you?
I found a course in Orcas Island.
And you ditched
and
your
I rented
family?
clubs. No, I actually went. My family joined me.
Wow.
Yeah. They're indulging my sickness.
You got it bad.
I do. There's no doubt about it. Big story in sports last night. What a time to be 45 years of age, huh?
Unbelievable.
Venus Williams, back playing competitive tennis, wins a match, and Rich Hill takes the mound against the Cub.
Went 5 innings,
Went
too.
5 innings.
Didn't pitch badly. I mean, the Royals lost 6-0, but not his fault.
Rich Hill has got this filthy curveball where he could probably pitch until his 60s.
It is amazing. They showed footage of his major league debut, which happened to be as a member of the Cub.
The Cub.
20 years ago. 45 years old. And we mentioned him. I had no idea Venus Williams came back. She beat Peyton Stearns, who is 22 years younger than her, in straight sets at the D.C. Open. And I don't know if you saw her on-court interview.
I actually did.
After, this is classic.
I had to come back for the insurance because they informed me earlier this year I'm on Cobra. So I was like, I got to get my benefits on. Started training.
She said she goes to the doctor all the time. She needs her health insurance.
She needs that health insurance.
So, Jared, how's that a show sheet you picked up for Vinny doing?
You just remember.
Inside joke. Sorry about that. There was a time when an athlete getting to 45. Remember what a big deal it was when George Foreman fought at age 45? People thought it was ancient.
Yeah, now
It was.
That's,
I mean,
Well, yeah.
you have to consider the sport as well. 45-year-olds in boxing.
Yeah, you're right. That is a little different.
45 years old in tennis is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're right. That's
well, it used to be a lot more. Like 30 in tennis used to be considered washed up and old.
Well, when you
and then sort of Serena and Federer and all those people sort of had primes way longer than their previous generations.
They did, but women's tennis, even before the Williams sisters kind of had their dominant period in the sport. I mean, you go back to the 70s when Tracy Austin and Andrea Jaeger, they were washed up in their early 20s.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's so true.
Yeah.
But that's all athletics. Like, Tom Brady and, even in boxing, when Foreman seems so ancient, he seems so much older at that age than like Floyd Mayweather or Pacquiao or Bernard Hopkins or these guys that fought into their 40s too.
We just watched Mike Tyson at 58.
Well,
and look at the
yeah.
performance he
that
put
was
on.
Something.
Well, for comparison, but you're right. It really hits different now. Like if you go back to when George Blanda was playing football in his mid to late 40s, he looked ancient. When Jack Nicklaus won the Masters famously in 1986, I think he was 45 or 46 at that time. That was considered ancient.
Think about pictures of your parents or probably your grandparents. Think about pictures you've seen of your grandparents when they were probably 50 years old and they looked like they were 80 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody looks so much younger nowadays and can.
It is true. There's no denying that.
Yeah.
Because I look back at my dad when he was the age that I am now. He looked so much older than I do. And I look old.
All right, let's get going. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs drop a second straight to the Astros. This one a 3-1 decision on Tuesday night. For the second straight night, it was rookie Bryce Matthews inflicting the most damage. Matthews had a 2-run homer off of Jake Woodford in the top of the 8th inning to give the Astros their first lead. They would add a run in the 9th on a wild pitch. D-backs would load the bases in the bottom of the 9th with nobody out, but Blaze Alexander struck out Jose Herrera, grounded into a game-ending 4-6-3 double play. Just like that, 2 straight losses for the D-backs. They're back to 2 games under 500 at 50 and 52. And today, trying to avoid the sweep at the hands of the Astros, Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona against Houston lefty Brandon Walter, who's making just his 9th big league start. First pitch, 12:40. Pre-game coverage gets underway at noon here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. That was another one in the, if there was a column for wildly frustrating, last night's game goes in that for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got everything you could have ever asked for from your starting pitcher, and the game comes down to a relief pitcher who shouldn't be in the majors and a catcher who should not be batting in the bottom of the 9th if the base is loaded.
Well said.
Thank you. I'm here all day, folks.
That was succinct. Actually, he's only here till 10.
Well, that too.
Today marks the first day of practice for the Arizona Cardinals during their 2025 training camp at State Farm Stadium. The team reported yesterday, and the Cards made it official yesterday, signing second-round draft pick Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, selected 47th overall to a 4-year contract. Johnson was the second-to-last second-round pick to sign his deal. Only Cleveland's Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, has yet to sign. He is embroiled in some legal issues off the field. So it gets under full swing today and open to the public for the first time tomorrow out at Cards training camp. Saints safety Tyrann Mathieu announces his retirement from the NFL on the eve of the team's first training camp practice. Mathieu had attended the Saints minicamp, so the team got the news as somewhat of a surprise. 33-year-old Mathieu spent 12 seasons in the league after the Cardinals made him a third-round pick out of LSU in 2013. He spent his first 5 seasons in Arizona, made the Pro Bowl for the first time in 2015 when he helped the Cardinals to a 13-3 record, a division championship, and a spot in the NFC Championship game, although he got hurt. Also played 1 year in Houston, 3 with the Chiefs, where he helped the Chiefs to a Super Bowl title in 2019, and the last 3 with the Saints. Truly, he wasn't here as long as some other players, a great Arizona Cardinal.
Without a doubt.
After the controversy of his college career and the draft pick, couldn't have worked out better. The end was a little bumpy.
Yeah. Listen, the end was very bumpy. But all in all, he was just one of those dudes that brings so much heart and soul to a football team. Really loved the Honey Badgers down there.
Yep. Washington Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin, seeking a new contract, did not report to the team's training camp in Ashburn, Virginia on Tuesday. McLaurin facing a $50,000 fine for each camp day missed. He's got 1 year left on a 3-year, $68 million contract extension he signed with the team in 2022. He is 5th on Washington's all-time receiving list with 460 catches and 6th in yardage with 6,379. 3-time Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams signing a contract with the Las Vegas Raiders, where he will reunite with head coach Pete Carroll, for whom he played for with the Seahawks from 2020 to 2023. And the Mercury back at it tonight in their first game post WNBA All-Star break. They host Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream at PHX Arena. Griner back in Phoenix after spending the first 11 years of her WNBA career here with the Mercury after they drafted her number 1 overall in 2013 out of Baylor. She was also part of the team's last WNBA championship winning squad in 2014. It's been 11 years since they won a title.
Wow.
Tonight's game gets to go rolling at 7 o'clock. You can catch it on Arizona's Family Sports. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, July 23rd. Coming up, the world lost a rock and roll icon yesterday, and our very own Dan Bickley is a personal story about a unique interaction with him that you will hear next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
4-6-3 game-ending double play. And just like that, the Diamondbacks comeback bid comes to an end. Hearts broken here in the ninth as the Astros win it by a final score of 3-1. Unbelievable. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Diamondbacks get nothing.
As the buy versus sell debate heats up ahead of the trade deadline, don't miss D-backs Astros series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579. $85.79. Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438442.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Luke. What was the Cardinals' most impactful move this offseason? We'll be talking Cards training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yes, the death of another rock and roll legend, heavy metal pioneer, reality TV star, Black Sabbath frontman, Ozzy Osbourne passed yesterday. A lot of people spend time giving little tributes to Ozzy Osbourne. I have one last time to tell one of my greatest rock and roll stories ever, and I'm going to take that moment. I've told this on occasion. I'm gonna really kind of tell the full story this time around.
Please do.
All right. So the date was January 26, 2011.
Do you need a beat?
No. January 26, 2011, this was shortly after my buddy Guitar Joe Palm, and I had formed our band. We were not yet named Whiskey's Quicker.
Did you have a placeholder name at that point? Or
we did. We called ourselves Stoic. I don't know why, but we did. Stoic was the name of our operating. No, neither one of us really liked it. But
I thought you were going to the name of the band was the Dan Bickley Band
with Guitar
with
Joe.
Guitar Joe.
That's funny. So we decided to go see Ozzy Osbourne, who was playing at the Dodge Theater. He was actually opening up for Slash, who was playing with Miles Kennedy. And I'm like, wow, this is something, a chance to see Ozzy Osbourne live in concert. So we get tickets and we roll up to the Dodge Theater, which is now, of course, Comerica Theater. And the line around the block was unlike anything I have ever seen in my life. And in fact, I pulled up a story from the Phoenix New Times, and that is basically the gist of their lead in their concert review, was that if you wanted to see a scene out of the 80s rock documentary, Heavy Metal Parking Lot, it was the line around the Dodge Theater that night. So I look at this line, I'm like, oh, heck no. So I texted my friend Danny Zalisco, great concert promoter, legend in town. I said, Danny, look, man, we're outside. This line is insane. Can you get me in a back door or something? He's like, sure. Meet me around the back side entrance in 5 minutes. I said, great. So me and Guitar Joe, we go to that side door. Danny opens it up for us. We walk in. We're in the backstage area of the Dodge Theater, and I can hear Ozzy Osbourne talking. And he's having his pre-show media meet and greet. So he's talking to local reporters. And Danny looks at me and he goes, do you want to meet him? I said, of course I do. All right, wait here. So Joe and I are waiting right there off in the corridor, and we can hear Ozzy mumbling and answering questions. And then when that stuff with the media was done, he comes up the concrete steps, and he looks like he's 190 years old. He can barely move. He looks terrible.
And what year is this?
This is 14 years ago.
This is 2011. He looks he's got a long, beautiful sort of leather jacket, but he just looks awful. So he comes up and he's exhausted, and Danny Zalisco says, hey, Ozzy, I want you to meet a couple friends of mine. This is my good friend Dan. He's a local media guy. He does a radio show. Hello, Don. How you doing? I said, great, Ozzy. How are you doing? Ozzy, this is my friend Joe. He's a lead guitarist in my band. He's a fantastic. Hello, Joe. How you doing? Hey, Oz, how's the fam? And that line, hey, Oz, how is the fam, forced Ozzy Osbourne to crash out like nothing I've ever seen. He looked at Guitar Joe and said, "But fam, what the bleep are you? What are you doing?" And then it just was swear word after swear word, and my jaw's on the ground. Here I am next to my best friend who is getting destroyed by the Prince of freaking Darkness. And it's one of the most surreal moments in the world. You're meeting a world-famous rock star, and you think it's going great until it's not. And all it was this simple question. How's the fam?
How's the fam?
Now, maybe the word fam, maybe it was delivered in a way that was a little too intimate for Ozzy's taste. Like, you don't know me, how dare you? Maybe it was because there was a lot of weirdness going on between he and Sharon.
His wife, his kids, there's all kinds of stuff.
All that kind of stuff.
Which we were all privy to at a certain point in American culture.
Oh, yeah. So Ozzy just continues to mutter and mad dog my friend, and then he just walks away up another flight of stairs to his dressing room, looking back and muttering the whole way. And I'm thinking, this is the damnedest thing I have ever experienced in my life. And Guitar Joe, you all know him. He's the sweetest guy in the world. No one doesn't like Guitar Joe. And you can imagine how distraught and crushed he is. Like, what did I just do? Right? So I'm like, all right, man, we got to put this behind us. We got to go enjoy this concert. Just forget about it. All right, let's go. So we go down, and we're in the front of the stage area. Ozzy comes out. And Ozzy starts singing Suicide Solution, and the first line of that song is, "Wine is fine, but whiskey's quicker." And while he's singing the opening lines to Suicide Solution, he spots us two right in front of him, and he points to Joe.
Just starts muttering again.
Who he had just destroyed, but now he's smiling and happy. And he just points to him, "Whiskey's quicker." And Joe looks at me, he's like, "Dude, that's it. That's got to be the name of our band. This is a message from God." We're like, okay, cool. Next song, Ozzy brings out, he'd like to have a spray hose on stage with him that he would occasionally just douse the entire crowd or the people in the front. So he breaks this thing out, and he looks right at my friend Joe, and he smiles at Joe with this wide, evil grin. And Joe, to his credit, I knew it was coming. I hit the deck. Joe just stood there like a plank and took the dousing that he thought was coming to him for ticking off a rock and roll legend. And when the show was over, I went to somebody, I said, I cannot believe. So that's the end of the story. And it was an amazing, amazing occurrence for us, obviously, to meet Ozzy Osbourne, to think it's going great, to have it turn into a nightmare, and then to have it end so mirthfully and playfully was incredible. And I mentioned to somebody, do you know how incredible it is to me that Ozzy Osbourne walked into that arena looking like death warmed over, and look at him on stage tonight, joyous, young, running around dancing. This is the power of rock and roll. The person said, no, it's the power of cocaine.
Well, either way.
They are first cousins after all.
On that note, though, Ozzy performed his final concert just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And, he was sat in a chair the whole time, but apparently, he had energy. He sang songs, and it was billed as his final concert. Obviously, everybody knew that something was imminent, unfortunately.
He had Parkinson's, and it took him down fast, because that final concert he did, like you said, he never got out of that throne, but he was still there. He still sounded
He was still
good.
Ozzy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
Now,
was still Ozzy.
You talk about how he looked. He lived such a hard life, I think, when he was younger, that he aged pretty awfully. Because when you referenced the reality show, when that show started, everybody couldn't believe just how old and nutty Ozzy Osbourne was.
Yeah.
He was the same age that you are now, Vince.
Yeah.
When that show started.
And he seemed like he was
80 years old and wandering around. But
a couple things on this.
Yeah.
First, on your story.
Yeah.
What could have been so much different historically, music-wise, in the Valley of the Sun had Ozzy started with a different song?
Right.
You're lucky he started with a good song and pointed at Joe with a cool phrase.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know.
They could have been Witches at Black Masses. The name of their band.
Well done.
Secondly,
well done, Jarrett.
Ozzy is one of the people in American pop culture that where he started, he was a figure of controversy. He was a figure of darkness. That's why when the Osbournes reality show started, it was revolutionary. Yeah. And it's one of those big career turnarounds, basically, because, the last 25 years of his life, Ozzy Osbourne was beloved in this country.
Such a great point.
It's like, for different reasons, but Snoop Dogg is kind of on that same
And Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson, same way.
Yeah, that's a great point. He went from the Prince of Darkness to a lovable goofball dad.
And everybody, for people my age, and I never really got into heavy metal, or I obviously knew who Ozzy was because he was huge. But there were so many people that would just identify him for the longest time. Oh, didn't he bite the head off of a bat on stage? That was it.
He's also had a lot of kind of dark, bad stuff in his past that you could attribute to alcohol and drugs. But later in his life, you're right. The last 20 years, he was America's crazy British uncle.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and it was.
His whole family became famous from that show.
Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right. And I love the Snoop comp because you're right. He was hardcore gangster rap, once on trial for murder.
Yeah,
and then now he's just become America's favorite uncle.
Yeah, and on every commercial known to man.
And every commercial.
And one last thing, Jarrett pointed this out to me in a text yesterday, that you know about the rule of threes when it comes to celebrity deaths. So Ozzy was yesterday.
All right.
The day before was Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Oh, yeah.
The actor from The Cosby Show, died tragically in a drowning. Did you come up with the connection? Or was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Both of those people have a connection to Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler appeared on several episodes of The Cosby Show when he was a young man, or probably a teenager.
Yeah, one of Theo's friends from high school.
Ozzy Osbourne made an appearance in the Adam Sandler movie Little Nicky.
Wow.
So is the rule of three going to hold up, and is the theme going to hold up?
Wow.
I hope not.
That's interesting.
Yeah, watch out, Rob Schneider.
So there you go. Now I'm going to close the book on that story. My greatest rock and roll story of all time.
That is great.
Such a good story.
How the band got the name, his interaction with a rock legend. Getting cursed out by Ozzy Osbourne, it's one of those iconic things, even if in the moment it was shocking.
Right.
I mean, they say don't meet your heroes, but...
That's right. That's right.
You wouldn't have that story.
That's right. and if you knew Guitar Joe like you know him and like I know him, he would be the last person you would think would ever upset anybody.
It's true.
It's unbelievable.
At least not verbally. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club today as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just for half off. Once again, that's half, HALF, to 620-620. Coming up next, the D-backs suffered another gut punch loss last night. How impactful was it? We'll get into all of it. And D-backs Daily straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Armies? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, and fall to 50-52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen couldn't hold the 1-0 lead, and Diamondbacks batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today, and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp practice officially starts today at State Farm Stadium, and you get to get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors? The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to bounce back after their 4-game winning streak snapped on Monday night. They would try to do it with against one of the toughest pitchers in baseball, facing the Houston Astros and left-hander Framber Valdez. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes. Both pitchers in top form on Tuesday. Diamondbacks had an early scoring chance after Corbin Carroll doubled with 1 out in the bottom of the first, but that was followed by a Lourdes Gurriel Jr. ground out, and Eugenio Suarez getting retired on a hard comebacker to the pitcher, then a great play by Valdez to end the inning. Rodriguez would get into some trouble in the top of the fourth. Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz started the frame with back-to-back singles. Erod would then retire Chas McCormick and Bryce Matthews. With 2 outs, Rodriguez walked Mauricio Dubon to load the bases. Rodriguez then facing former Diamondback Cooper Hummel.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. And this pitch is swung on and popped up. Out into shallow center. And there is Cattell. He will make the catch. And the Astros leave him loaded and fail to score here in the top of the fourth inning.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola on the call. Rodriguez gets out of the jam. Things stayed scoreless until the bottom of the fifth. Randall Grichuk led off against Valdez with a double to center. Excuse me. Then Geraldo Perdomo reached on a bunt single. Runners on the corners. Nobody out for Blaze Alexander.
The 1-0. Alexander grounds it right side. That's going to bring home Grichuk. Only play for Matthews is to first, and it is in time. But Randall scores, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks on the RBI ground out by Alexander.
Dick, you know the rule of thumb when it comes to D-backs daily. I play an RBI ground out.
Yeah.
It's usually not a good sign.
That's right. That's a good point.
1-0 Arizona. Runner in scoring position in Perdomo, but Jose Herrera lined out to left. Ketel Marte followed with an F9 to end the inning. In the top of the sixth inning, Rodriguez issued a free pass to Matthews with 1 out. Then he'd get an appearance from a pitcher's best friend when facing Dubon.
First one, Dubon grounds it toward short. Perdomo quickly gloves, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. That's 2. And that puts a quick end to the sixth inning for the Astros. 6-4-3 double play. And we go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Astros 0, and the D-backs 1.
Rodriguez would start the seventh and got humbled, a ground out to short. Then Zach Short reached on an infield single that caromed off Rodriguez's leg. That would end Erod's night. 6 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball on 90 pitches. Kevin Ginkel would come in to keep the 0 intact despite a 2-out walk to Jose Altuve. D-backs would have another huge opportunity in the seventh, still working against Framber Valdez. Grichuk singled, leading off. Perdomo followed with a single. Alexander sack bunted both runners over 90 feet each, so men at second and third with 1 out. Herrera would hit a sharp bouncing ball to third. Throw came home to nail pinch runner Alec Thomas at the plate. Valdez then struck out Marte to end the inning. Still 1-0 Arizona in the eighth. Jake Woodford in for the D-backs. He issued a 1-out walk to pinch hitter Taylor Trammell, a 209 hitter, and that would bring up Houston's Monday hero, Bryce Matthews.
1-0 the lead for the D-backs. 1 on, 1 out in the eighth. Here's the rookie Bryce Matthews. 2 homers yesterday. He swings and sends a deep fly to left. Gurriel turns, looks, and it's gone. He has found something in the desert that has just clicked for him. His 3rd homer in the last 2 games. It's a 2-run shot, and Houston takes a 2-1 lead late.
From time to time, we mention D-backs killers.
Yeah.
This guy's played 6 major league games, and he's already in the club.
How about it? How about it?
First pitch sweeper sent over the fence and left. Matthews' 3rd home run of the series. Astros had their first lead at 2-1. Brian Abreu came in through a 1-2-3 eighth for Houston. Astros would tack on a run in the 9th. Altuve reached on an infield single with 1 out. With 2 away, Diaz singled to left. Kyle Backus then came in and plunked pinch hitter Victor Caratini to load the bases for Matthews.
Here's the 1-0. And that's inside. It gets away from Herrera trying to score. Altuve, the throw. Safe is the call. Good throw, good tag. And they're going to challenge this. Oh, it's a great tag by Backus. Call on the field stands. A clear indication that not enough to overturn, and that is a huge play in this game as the Astros now take a 3-1 lead.
I don't know what they were looking at. Did that review make any sense to you?
No.
I thought Backus did a really good job of getting his foot in the way and cutting off that edge of the plate, but they saw it differently. I thought it was pretty clear that he was out.
Again,
there's still shots of that he was out, but
there is. That's one of those things where there's not enough to overturn the call.
Yeah.
There's so much gray area in that.
There is. 3-1 at that point. Backus would strike out Matthews to end the inning. To the 9th, Brian King on to close things out for Houston. Josh Naylor singled. James McCann pinch hit. He delivered a single. Then Perdomo into the box.
As this pitch swung on, line drive to center. That's a base hit. Naylor going to be held at third. An aggressive turnaround second by McCarthy as the throw went into third base. Almost a totally chaotic play. But the bases are now loaded for Blaze Alexander.
Yeah, they were loaded. We'll get into the
Shouldn't
decision.
have been loaded.
They should not have been loaded. Bases loaded. Nobody out. King struck out Alexander. Jose Herrera then the hitter.
The 0-1. Swung on, ground ball to second. Matthews to the shortstop for one. The throw to first for two. 4-6-3, game-ending double play. And just like that, the Diamondbacks' comeback bid comes to an end. Hearts broken here in the ninth as the Astros win it by a final score of 3-1.
Torey Lovullo, after the gut punch loss for the Diamondbacks.
Very tough. It's a very tough loss to absorb. Nobody's happy about it in that clubhouse. So I want them to understand what just happened, and we've got to realize there's nothing we can do about it but go out and edit our night, edit where we were right and wrong, and come out tomorrow and take care of our business. But it's a grind. It was a gut punch today for sure. You're 6 outs away from winning a baseball game, and everything's going in the right direction, and within 2 innings, it's totally reversed. But once again, that's the beauty of the game.
After the St. Louis series, Bick, I kind of said tongue-in-cheek, yeah, probably a 3-3 homestand.
Wow.
It's on track to be a 3-3 homestand. This baseball team just continues to show who they are.
Yeah,
That's
you're
been
right.
the consistent thing all year long.
Last night, it really feels like a nail in the coffin kind of game. And I understand we've been at this brink many times already this season. But look, the trade deadline we're careening towards the trade deadline. It is getting very, very close. And yesterday's game, you're 5 outs away from a 1-0 victory on a night when Eduardo Rodriguez did everything you asked him to do. He stepped up. There seemed to be a different edge about him. He seemed he had a lot more velocity than normal. And on a night when he gives you that, you've got to find a way to win the game. And instead, you get 1 run despite getting 10 hits. You leave 8 runners on base. And like I said, for the end game strategy, I understand there's injuries. I understand everything that Torey Lovullo is dealing with from a personnel and a roster standpoint. But when you're talking about that, the sequence of events with the season on the line, if that's hyperbole, I apologize. You have to go to Jake Woodford in the 8th inning. And he predictably walks a guy that's hitting 209, and then he gives up a home run to Bryce Matthews. And then to get Jose Herrera, who is not a major league hitter, to be at the plate in that situation, you wonder, did you have to burn McCann for Alec Thomas at that point in time? Would it have been better to wait? Now, Jose Herrera put a good swing on the ball. Bryce Matthews, terrific play to turn the double play. It's not like he struck out, but still. We've all seen games like that where you've got a chance, but you don't really like your option at the plate. And so it all just kind of like felt like that's the season in a nutshell.
I think you're asking an interesting question on the McCann for Thomas. And McCann delivered. He was the second guy to get a hit in that inning.
But then you got a pinch run for him.
Yeah, but Thomas against left-handers,
not good. You're right.
It's not usually the matchup you want.
Yeah,
things shook out, unfortunately. Now, should Torey Lovullo have pinch hit for Jose Herrera in the 7th inning? We can get back into that a little bit later on. But yeah, a lot of questions about managerial moves, a lot of questions about third base coaching maneuvers or lack thereof. We'll get into all those.
We're going to get into that because Sean Larkin, it seems like now he is trapped in a place you don't want to be as a third base coach, and that is that mindset of I better not screw this up.
Yes, and when people are talking about a third base, it's like a long snapper in football.
Exactly.
You don't want to
know their name.
You don't want to be talked about.
No.
If you're being talked about, something went wrong.
Dale Hellestray.
Coming up next, Pete Carroll calls his shot, and a former Cardinals fan favorite calls it a career. We'll get into all of it in NFL Hashmarks next. Bickley Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. A D-Backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-Backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And I'm telling you, this stuff works like magic. Go talk to Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. He raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, and I'm currently in treatment for my right elbow, which is shot after years of athletic prowess. That's a joke. Right now, QC Kinetics also giving you other incentives to come in for that free consultation. You can get free laser treatments all through the end of the month when you schedule your complimentary consultation. These free laser treatments will focus on the areas that are bothering you, will help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, increase your range of motion. Go get long-term relief for that pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, in your back, and do it without surgery. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hashmarks.
With the 69th pick in the 2013 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Tyron.
That was the scene in the third round back in 2013. The Arizona Cardinals, then general manager Steve Keim, made the decision to take a gamble on Tyrann Mathieu, a wildly popular and talented player who had a I think it's fair to say, a checkered career
Yeah,
at
he
LSU.
did. Yeah, he had a marijuana addiction.
And made that pick. Mm-hmm. Some people lauded the pick. Some people hated the pick. Tyrann Mathieu made that one of Steve Keim's better draft picks in his tenure as a general manager all the way back in 2013. Spent 5 years. Great impact player for every team that he played on. Cardinals, Texans, Chiefs, Saints. Called it a career yesterday.
Great leader. I talk all the time about this in football because it's what appeals to me most about football. Most recently, it's been in the form of Cam Scadaboo. The guys who play with oversized heart on a football field, that really speaks to me. It's the primary reason I love football is dudes like that. And Tyrann Mathieu checked that box in a big, big way. Do you remember his NFL debut, Vinny? They were playing the Rams in St. Louis. They hooked up on this short little flare pass or a pass over the seams to Jared Cook, who had a wide open path to the end zone. Remember Tyrann Mathieu chased him down and poked the ball loose just as he was about to score? And it was like, oh, yeah, that's why we drafted this kid. And he had a run of play with the Cardinals where he was just fantastic. In fact, you can accurately say that their best shot at the Super Bowl ended with his injury that night in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that was such a bittersweet night because that's the night they wrapped up the division and they played so well. And he
beat the tar out of them.
He suffered that injury late in that game, and they just did not have the same edge as a team the rest of that 2015 season. Now, we mentioned it in the splash. Got a little bumpy at the end. In March of 2018, Tyrann Mathieu left in free agency. And here was his explanation at the time why he made the decision to sign with the Houston Texans.
Well, I tried to make the best decision for me and my family. Obviously, I felt like I had other options on the table. Obviously, more money, but I think ultimately the Texans was the best decision for me. Like I said, they have a lot of young guys. They have a great defensive line. Got some veterans in the secondary. And I felt like I could come in and really help these guys.
And Mathieu had signed a one-year deal to go to Houston. Only spent the 1 year there and then ended up in Kansas City after that. And I remember going back to that 2015 game in Philadelphia. Back at the time, we were still doing the midday show. We were doing a 2-hour midday show at that point. But we were broadcasting from the Cardinals facility. And we had the coaches interview every week. And Bruce Arians at that time. Never will forget Bruce Arians coming in and just crying during the interview when talking about Tyrann Mathieu getting all choked up. And I think maybe deep down the head coach knew somewhere that we got a good football team, but he's one of the guys that drives this team, and it's not going to be the same without him. And it wasn't.
No, listen, and he was a joy to cover. He was a fantastic interview. Something changed towards the end of his career in Arizona, but he was a great Cardinal.
Absolutely.
He was.
I was always fascinated when we got the chance to talk to him about how much depth he put into all of his answers. And, regardless of what the question was concerning, it was always a full effort from Tyrann Mathieu too. Not just on the field, but also in everything that he did.
No, listen, and he was so open and honest about everything. He talked about his upbringing in Louisiana, where as a light-skinned black man, he used to get a lot of ridicule, and he used to get bullied, and he had to fight his way out of that and through that. And just the size that he was in playing a violent game, he was just. He was exactly the kind of guy that always inspires your teammates because of the effort and because it's like the little dog that acts like a big dog. People always joke about that. That was Tyrann Mathieu.
Honey Badger.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing is his success actually maybe hurt in a roundabout way the Steve Keim era because him showing that he could find success with a draft pick outside the first round led to Steve Keim sort of taking chances on other guys and that didn't work out. And also him showing that he could have success taking a chance on a guy with a shady history led to sort of like the Robert Kimdichie thing, which also didn't work out.
Yeah. But, I mean, Tyrann Mathieu wasn't top of the first round talent. I remember when he burst on the scene at LSU and the Honey Badger became part of the college football lexicon. He was an absolute demon on the field.
Oh, yeah.
He did things you just didn't see people do on the field.
Think of how hard it is to become that big of a star in college football when you're not a quarterback or even an offensive player.
Yeah. Congratulations to Tyrann Mathieu on a great career. Calling it quits after 12 years. Elsewhere in the NFL, Pete Carroll, the new head coach in Vegas. He's still brash.
We're going to win a ton. We're going to win a bunch of games. There ain't nothing. I can't even imagine anything. I've been winning 10 games a year for 20 years or something, I mean, what are my expectations? We're going to win a bunch. And I don't care, who hears that. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It ain't about what anybody hears. It's about what we do. And so that's why our expectations are really high. The standards need to be so that the expectations can be met. We'll see what happens, I wish I could guarantee it to you, but I can't even think of what else it could be other than being really successful.
Pete Carroll is up there in years, the oldest head coach in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Does not act like the oldest head coach in the NFL. Still has the energy, still has the brashness, as I mentioned.
He's got that Ishbia energy.
Yes. Are you a believer in Pete Carroll turning around the Las Vegas Raiders?
Hey, listen, I would expect Pete Carroll to say nothing less, but that's a little bit revisionist. When was he winning 10 games a year for 20 years? Did I miss that? I mean, his teams are always good and they're always prepared.
It was 10 games a year for 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, his run in Seattle was wildly successful.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I do think.
And then if you count USC,
yeah,
maybe
that's what he's counting. Probably.
Okay. All right. And then I think they're going to be competent. Obviously, I think Pete Carroll brings a real definitive energy. I think he brings a real definitive culture wherever he goes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is without question, and he brings a competency. And I think the Raiders will display that.
And they have Geno Smith this year.
Mm-hmm.
Big upgrade at the quarterback spot.
Yeah. So, but are they going to win? Are they going to be a winning team this year? I would be shocked. I think they're going to be competitive
in that division.
Yeah,
that division. I think both of the Wests are very, very competitive, top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Because Denver is a team on the upswing. Obviously, you get Kansas City. You don't know what you're going to get from the Chargers. What are you going to get from Justin Herbert, Jarrett?
Yeah, Jarrett, your guy.
Big stats and no wins.
Coming up, as the Cardinals are opening training camp, there is a clear discrepancy between local and national expectations. We'll give you the latest on that front and discuss next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Empire of the Suns. The podcast all about your Phoenix Suns. Hosted by Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Any legit Suns fan needs some Empire of the Suns in their playlist. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey, Vince Murata back to tell you about Earnhardt Ford in Chandler and what they've got going on. My buddy, John Nissen, he's the general manager at Earnhardt Ford. He and his entire team have kicked off some amazing deals you got to hear about during the summer sales event. But first, what do you think it would cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? The answer, zero. Yep, I'm talking about zero. And not just now. I'm talking about 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And this is available on their most popular models, 24 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even the 2025 all-electric Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now. You'll also get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. There's another 0 for you. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end September 30th. 2025. It's the summer sales event going on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Stop it and tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. You can always shop online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Monsoons. Wild winds. Roof destruction. Driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Son, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, and fall to 50 and 52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen couldn't hold the 1-0 lead, and D-backs batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today, and will try to salvage a game in this series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals start training camp practice officially today at State Farm Stadium, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
We got it, bro. We got the guys up front. We got the pass rushers. Sweat, Wall, D-Rob, Flayes, Dalvin. We got a lot of guys up front. Mac. We got Akeem, OP. We got some few backers. We got Zaven up front. Outside backer up front. Back end, we got Buddha, JT, Max, Garrett, Star. I think we got everything we need on defense for sure. And then we got an explosive offense too. So I think we're going to have a great year. I think people sleeping on it. So
that's Will Johnson, rookie cornerback for the Arizona Cardinals on his YouTube channel. Talking about being slept on. Now, Will Johnson is officially in the fold, signed the contract yesterday, 4-year deal, second to last second-round pick to sign. But in the fold in time for the start of training camp, which the first practice is today. Closed to the public, open to the media. Tomorrow's is the first open practice out in Glendale. So everybody is signed, sealed, and delivered going into day one. But, the last thing Will Johnson said there, Bick, I think they're sleeping on us. Are they being slept on? That's the question. And I think, it depends on what you feel.
Yeah.
Are you optimistic in that in year 3 of the Jonathan Gannon era, he went from the team went from 4 wins to 8 wins? The trajectory seems clear. Now, we have talked about what the national experts are saying about the Cardinals' talent. Their starting lineup is kind of middle of the pack. Do they have enough top flight talent leading this roster? That remains to be seen. But to me, the most damning thing I've seen from a national perspective came out in The Athletic, and that is their preseason power rankings, where they've got the Arizona Cardinals ranked number 22 in the NFL. The write-up says the Cardinals are rolling out basically the same offense that finished 12th in scoring last season, but they have tried to rebuild the defense, adding Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, Akeem Davis-Gaither, and Walter Nolan III to the front 7. The Cardinals have gone 9 seasons without winning a playoff game, and it's hard to imagine that changing this season. I think for a lot of people from the national perspective, at least the way I see it, they're in wait-and-see mode. They're actually in prove-it mode with the Cardinals.
Yeah, listen, and there's something to be said for that, to be quite honest with you. The NFL is kind of a prove-it league. You hear that from Wolf all the time. But in the case of the Arizona Cardinals, in the case of any team that has been building and has created optimism based on competitiveness, and now they think the playoffs are within their grasp, the NFL and people who cover the NFL, you're not going to get that recognition until you prove it. It's just, that's the way this league operates. And so that, I think, is at the disconnect of what we feel and think about this football team and what a lot of national experts think. Because what have we seen now? We've seen the Cardinals at 17. We've seen them at, 22 you said?
22.
Okay. That is certainly the 22 is much lower than we think is going to go down here in the coming months. But this is where the Cardinals are going to land. Because for people with a worldview and a league-wide view, there are reasons for skepticism. And starting with the quarterback, starting with the lack of additions to the offense, starting with the defense that was really bad last year and has added significant pieces, but they still haven't done it. So I think this is just something that's going to be one of those deals that, if the Cardinals get off to a fast start, the national media is going to catch up to us. And if the Cardinals stagger out of the gate, we're going to fall back in line with the national media.
The teams right in front of the Cardinals in this pecking order, by the way, on The Athletic, the Raiders are at 19, the Dolphins are at 20, and the Chicago Bears are at 21.
Wow.
And then behind the Cardinals, you've got New England, Atlanta, Jacksonville, the Jets, Indianapolis, Carolina, New Orleans, the Giants, Tennessee, and Cleveland bringing up the rear.
The real losers of the league.
The real losers, yeah. So you would like to think, now look, the Bears have a chance of being good, but then you're going to have to think that Caleb Williams can be better than Kyler Murray. And you would hope that Kyler Murray can put together a season better than Caleb Williams at this point in his career. And and Bears fans, I don't know if you saw this, Bears fans actually went to the Vatican. They brought Pope Leo a shirt that said, "Da Pope." Bears fans. So look, I think the optimism that we feel for the Cardinals, I think it's real. I do think it does probably need to be tempered a little bit, but what the national experts probably don't understand is the period we went through with Cliff Kingsbury and Steve Keim and how bad that got and how dysfunctional that got and all the off-the-field stories and accusations and lawsuits and all the stuff that we've kind of seen. To get out of that with a young group of coaches that were completely unproven when they were hired, I think that day when Jonathan Gannon was hired, I think a lot of people thought, what are we doing here? We're the last team to get a head coach, and we're just grabbing an assistant from the Super Bowl, one of the Super Bowl teams, and it's turned out fantastic. And so I think that is why that's also where the disconnect is. I think we have seen the painstaking process it has taken to get to this point, and quite honestly, for us to have cheered on this football team for 2 years while they have lost how many they were
4-13, and 22 losses over the last 2. Yeah,
there you go. 22 losses in the span of 2 seasons, and yet somehow this football team competed for the most part. Take out that Carolina game and a couple of others. They've competed at a level that made them compelling and easy to cheer for.
We had Darren Urban on from azcardinals.com yesterday about that rebuilt defense. He gave us his snapshot of what it might look like in 2025.
Internally, in terms of my group and how we kind of look at stuff, we've always wondered, okay, as they ramp up the talent level on the defense, does that mean Nick Rollis does less kind of stuff like that because he's got just better players and he can be more traditional and where he was trying to scheme things up when they didn't have the players? Or like you said, is he going to really lean into it harder because you have all these chess pieces and the players are just that much better and now you can do all this cool stuff and have better players? So I'm very curious to see how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if you do it. I mean, when they walked in the door, especially defensively, I've never heard coaches talk more about wanting guys that are versatile.
That's Darren Urban on the defense yesterday. I think he brings up a good point. He's exactly right. Nick Rollis, in the first 2 years of being the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals, has had to rely on scheme, and if you want to call it smoke and mirrors, fine. I don't use that term in a derogatory way. That's kind of what the reality was from a personnel standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. And if you can have a marriage of talent with scheme and creativity, has a chance to be a pretty good defense, I think.
Listen, that right there is the thing I think everybody is extremely excited to see, because on paper this defense has taken a quantum leap forward. If that applies to the football field, and if now they've got options and they can, you think about the kind of rotations they can roll at teams up front. You talk about how strong they can be in the middle if Walter Nolan turns out to be that dude. And if Darius Robinson makes that jump. You and I were there that day when we were watching the team work out, and we were both sitting there in front of the defensive line group, and we were astounded at the difference in size and class and pedigree compared to what we had a year ago.
Not only that, but when they're going through drills and they're taking their individual reps, and you're like, wow, he's here now. Wow. He's here now.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they got him too?
Wow.
And then there's 2 first-round picks from the last 2 draft classes?
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And it was much needed.
Mm-hmm.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club today. D-backs taking on the Astros at 12:40. You can still text the word half to 620-620, and we'll still send you the link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up next, Erod came up big on the mound for the D-backs last night, and the rest of the team squandered that performance. How costly was it? We'll get into some more details of the D-backs' latest loss straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Arnians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Orthopedic care.
At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. How should the series against the Astros determine what the D-backs do at the trade deadline? We'll react after today's game on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The 0-1. Swung on, ground ball to second. Matthews to the shortstop for 1. The throw to first for 2. 4-6-3, game-ending double play. And just like that, the Diamondbacks' comeback bid comes to an end. Hearts broken here in the 9th as the Astros win it by a final score of 3-1. Unbelievable. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Diamondbacks get nothing.
The disgust in the voice of Chris Garagiola on the delivery of nothing. They got nothing in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
3 straight hits to start the inning. Then you get the strikeout, the game-ending double play from Herrera, all leading up to a very, very frustrating loss. And that column of frustrating losses is getting longer and longer for the Diamondbacks. And leave it to a team like, I know you're going to hit on this a little bit later on, Bick, but this was a big series regardless of the opponent, just to keep the momentum going, to plant some seeds of doubt, maybe to keep things moving forward, because there were only 4.5 games out of the wild card when this started. Leave it to a team like the Houston Astros. Just a cockroach organization. And I mean that in the best of ways. All they do is survive and win.
They've got a real identity. They know who they are.
They do. Yeah. But it's every time that the Astros come to town, and it's once a year, it seems to go poorly for the Diamondbacks.
Listen, it was just, and I think the frustration you heard in Chris Garagiola's voice, and the frustration I think we all felt, is there are times when you take risks on base paths, and there's times when you don't. The times when you don't is when you have great hitters on deck. So you're not going to risk getting thrown out in the base paths if you've got Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geno Suarez. If you've got those guys kind of lined up, you don't do it. Last night, they played it safe with Blaze Alexander and Jose Herrera waiting.
In my opinion, that's a lack of situational awareness from the third base coach. And the play was the third base hit where Josh Naylor was the runner on second. He would have scored easily. The throw came into third base. The Astros were conceding the run.
Yes, they were.
And there were about 3 different signals sent from Sean Larkin to Josh Naylor, who, by the way, not the fastest guy in the world, but has shown a very aggressive nature in running the base paths.
Yes.
They had pinch run for James McCann at first base. So Jake McCarthy, one of the faster players on the team, was the runner on the back end of it.
And he was coming around second
He was
hard.
coming and was going to make it to third base, and it kind of put a halt on it. And Mark Grace on the postgame show last night on the on D-backs TV kind of broke things down on what happened on that play.
First and second, nobody out. Man, this is fun. Now, here's the play. Base hit to center. They are conceding. Sean Larkin, he tells him to go. He tells him to stay. He tells him to go. Watch right here. Watch. Stop. Oh, go. Oh, no, stop. That just can't happen. That can't happen. You got to be decisive, one way or the other. You either have him stay, you have him go, but you can't do both. And that's what happened right there. And then a strikeout and a double play later, ball game. So right there, the Houston Astros were conceding that run right there. They were conceding it.
Yeah, and he went on to make the point that that decision and how it shook out with bases loaded, nobody out, and what transpired. But that decision to not send Naylor completely changed the nature of the ninth inning.
Oh, without a doubt.
And you can certainly believe or buy into that, because if the Astros give up a run, the lead's down to 1, and you've got a runner potentially on third base, the tying run 90 feet away.
Who could score on a wild pitch the way the Astros did the previous
Who
inning.
could score on a wild pitch or anything. Things get a little tighter for the team in the field at that point.
No doubt about it.
And it did change the complexion completely.
And listen, Sean Larkin has not had a good year at third base, coach. It seems like we've had a rash of seasons like this. Remember, for a while, Matt Williams was constantly getting destroyed.
Yes.
And so we know what this looks like. And last night was an egregious example, because he did first wave Josh Naylor, and then he tells him to stop, and then he tells him to go again, but by then Naylor had already began decompressing, and he couldn't fire that back up. And now you got bases loaded, which situationally is smart if you've got great hitters lined up.
You got your 8 and your 9 hitters.
You got your 8 and your 9.
If it was Marte and Carroll coming up, you're like, okay, nobody out, bases loaded.
Here was Torey Lovello, his thoughts on the runner being held at third.
You're going to probably ask me about the stop sign at third base. I haven't looked at it. I don't know what the play looks like. I'm seeing it right in front of me in real time, and we got to go station to station there, and we're about a 2 base running in 2 bases. That's what we really believe in, and it shows up a lot. But bottom line is you can't make an out there on the bases, and it's high risk, high reward. And I didn't feel like it was, in my opinion, a time to take a chance. But I'll take a look at it, and maybe if you ask me about it tomorrow, I might have a different opinion.
He also said this.
Look, coaching third base is a very hard, challenging task. The ball gets thrown around the diamond extremely fast. So I know Lark's doing all that he can.
Yeah, but again,
covering for his guys. It's what he does best.
I'll go back to what I said. What Torey said is true. In real time to make those decisions, it's a snap second. But that didn't work out. The situational awareness is what was lacking there because of who was coming up in the Diamondbacks order.
And so once again, now you're looking at a team that, as I said weeks ago, their only path out is to stack great start after great start. Eduardo Rodriguez gave them everything they asked for last night and more. To me, it was the best he's ever looked. Might not even be close. That fastball reached 96 miles per hour in the first inning. I don't think I've seen that number from him before. Maybe you have. But he seemed to have an edge to him and an awareness that he needed to rise rise to the occasion, and he did. He went toe-to-toe with Framber Valdez, who's one of the best pitchers in the American League. He did not want to come out of the game. He tried to wave off the trainer, but to me, Erod, and I've been critical of him because I've been disappointed by him, not last night. He rose to the occasion last night, and it's a pity that, you get one run despite getting 10 hits off Valdez, or the Astros pitching staff, you leave 8 runners on base.
2
it's
for
the
12
same old,
with runners in scoring position.
It's the same old story. And then
but even those 2 hits didn't lead to runs in either case.
Yeah. And so it's the same old story, and it's a team that has a lot of roster deficiencies because of injuries, and the bullpen once again was not up to the task last night. So, like I said, it feels like to me these 3 games against the Astros are going to carry special weight. And you get swept today. I feel like last night's game was sort of like the proverbial end for me. I don't see a way out of this, and certainly not a way out that would mitigate the good of being able to trade some assets that you might not be signing next year anyways. So that's kind of where I'm at with the baseball team right now. It's a shame because, look, nobody wants to trade Gino Suarez, who's scheduled to join us today. Very much looking forward to that. Nobody wants to lose Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. Well, some fans might. And then there becomes the bigger question, if this really is the end, what does that mean for the manager going forward? And we'll have plenty of time to talk about that, but all these things are going to come into view and get crystallized very, very quickly. If this team starts selling off the trade deadline, and again, there's no rebuild necessary here. The beauty of these Diamondbacks and Mike Hazen is they've been very proactive in aggressively locking up some of their best young players. But there are going to be changes. And you've got to wonder how the owner is looking at the manager after a season like this. Does he cut him a slack with all the injuries and the decimation to the bullpen, or does the fact that there hasn't been one outburst publicly to address the frustration that we are all feeling, from days off to this to that to the third, whatever?
Yeah,
there's been nothing, and I think at some point, you know how it works in sports.
He said the P word again yesterday. I'm surprised you haven't played that one yet.
No,
he's proud of his team again. The most proud manager in baseball.
Yeah, but we've played that a lot this year. It's kind of broken record.
I know,
and it's so similar to how we felt. We were having these discussions 3/4 of the way through the Sun season. It's like, when is this team outwardly going to show that they care or they're as frustrated as the fan base is? And they never did. And you saw what happened. They tore the whole damn thing down.
No, I know. And so this is, we're kind of right at that moment now. And it's a shame. Some people will tell you the season's been over for quite some time.
Yeah.
It's just been people like us have been hoping against hope that they'll find their way out of this.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Jarrett's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday and the Rush Hour reboot here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals base in Orleans? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and nothing is more boring and bland than a front yard full of rocks, and that is probably why artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood, artificial lawns all over the place. They're gorgeous, they pop, they sparkle, they're great, and if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call. They are the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the hassles, without the mess, without the water bills. And once they install it, they can take care of the maintenance. They have a program where they can come by and clean it to make sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, free of debris. And I've seen their turfs. They're the highest quality. They look fantastic. It's one of many things Turf Monsters can do for you. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out some of their samples of their work, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews, turfmonstersaz.com, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, falling the 50 and 52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen couldn't hold the 1-0 lead, and Diamondbacks batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today, and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp practice officially starts today at State Farm Stadium, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, yes. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Sammy Misabolka is on assignment, so I will be filling in on the Rush Hour Reboot, at least for today, where we go through the top stories of the day with Dan Bickley and Vince Murata. We will start with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who lost another in a series of heartbreakers this entire season. 3-1, blew a 1-0 lead late, despite Eduardo Rodriguez, say it slowly, you can get it right, despite Erod
good enunciation,
having one of his best starts of the year. Erod talks about this is the best he's felt all year.
I mean, I feel really good. I feel like that was the best I feel with my fastball out of it all this year. And when you guys see it, I think it was like 94, 95. So that was the best I feel this year through the whole game.
How have you guys felt about Eduardo Rodriguez this season? And looking forward, what do you think about the possibility that he could be your opening day starter next season?
Ooh, there's an interesting question. The first part for me, just kind of middle of the road. I mean, even with last night's performance, and he was great last night, and I give him credit for wanting to stay in the game. I mean, Torrey's mind was made up regardless of whether or not he got hit in the leg there.
Yeah, I know.
And I think his reaction was more out of frustration on not making the play as opposed to being hurt. He was great last night, but he's been a disappointment so far. More than halfway through year 2 as a Diamondback. In terms of the second part of the question, wow, I hadn't really thought about that. We don't know what's going to happen at the deadline. 2 candidates might be gone.
Or the offseason.
With
Zach and Merrill.
Look, we're confident that Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, and Eduardo Rodriguez are going to make up 3/5 of the Diamondbacks rotation next year.
Yes.
Of those 3, I would still favor Nelson.
Yeah. So would I. I mean, he's the guy that deserves. They'll find a way to put him in the bullpen again.
Start the year in Reno.
We only have 3 starters.
Sorry, Ryan. We need you to take another one for the team.
That would be unbelievable.
No, okay, I'm being facetious. I'll say this. Eduardo Rodriguez, the pitcher I saw last night, that's kind of the guy I've been expecting all along. That's the guy I remember, and I didn't see a ton of him, but I was aware of him and his reputation when he came here, and it was the reason why I thought, wow, that's a really good aggressive signing. But he's a $20 million a year pitcher, and with that comes some expectations, and I think he's largely underperformed relative to those expectations. Last night he did. Last night he was terrific. He gave the team everything they needed to win what was going to be possibly a season-defining game.
But the other element to this is he's underachieved or underdelivered without the pressure of being a top-of-the-rotation guy, too. He's been a 4 or 5 guy since he's been here in the rotation and still getting what you're getting. But that last night was a very good sign for him.
All right, let's go to the Arizona Cardinals as training camp practice begins today. Yesterday we had Darren Urban on, and you asked him what this defense might look like and what questions he has about how the defense is going to look this year.
As they ramp up the talent level on the defense, does that mean Nick Rollis does less kind of stuff like that because he's got just better players and he can be more traditional? And where he was trying to like scheme things up when they didn't have the players? Or like you said, is he going to really lean into it harder because you have all these chess pieces and the players are just that much better and now you can do all this cool stuff and have better players?
interesting point by Darren Urban. I'm asking you, what are you expecting from the defense this year, and how do you want it to look?
I don't necessarily have any preference on how it looks. To me, it's just more about production. It's got to be better than it was. And you make the assumption with increased talent, and they did bolster a bunch of positions, it should be much better. I think for this team to have realistic playoff goals or expectations, they got to be in the top half statistically, defensively in the NFL.
Yeah, I think I land on that as well. But more to a point, I want the defense to start expanding on their reputation. Now that they've got real dudes up front, I want more of this aggressive, intimidating vibe to kind of precede them, if you will. Some of the best defenses in the NFL, they all have that. Like, you go and you play the Ravens, you know you're in for a long day. And that's kind of, I want this defense to not only be statistically sufficient and good, but I want it to pop. I want it to be mean, nasty.
Oh yeah. And finally, the Phoenix Suns.
Weird.
The Phoenix Suns yesterday released video looking inside the war room during draft night, and some insight on what happened when Kaman Malawach fell to number 10. Brian Gregory talks about it.
When 8 and 9 went through and we saw it, that's when the action really started, because obviously we weren't the only organization in the NBA that had such a high evaluation and thought so highly of him. A lot of calls came in. Yep. We're not going to do that one. We had some great offers, but we really believed in him as a player and as a person, and that he could come in and make a positive impact on our organization. So we stuck with him during that entire process.
Come on. With hindsight, knowing that the Mark Williams trade was going to happen, and sort of now knowing that they may not trade Nick Richards or Oso Ighodaro, is there any part of you that wishes maybe they did something different with number 10? Either trading the pick for more assets or taking someone else?
I'm not there yet. I got to see some results first. I don't think they expected, when the day started, Malawach to be there. I don't think they expected Malawach to be on the board when they agreed to make the Mark Williams deal. So, yeah, did they double up? Certainly. And the time frame in which that happened was so condensed that you're like, there was the reaction of, what are the Suns doing?
Yeah.
But they believed so much in the player that they were willing to go down that road. And
yeah.
I want to see something before I damn them for it.
Because they said they did get a bunch of good offers for that pick.
But I still think it was the move to make, because Malawach was clearly undervalued at that point in time, and he was the obvious guy to select. And I'm glad the Suns didn't overthink it and talk themselves out of it. Because let's be honest. The guy they traded for is a very effective center when healthy, and that's a big if. And he's a free agent after this coming season. So are you really going to spend huge free agency dollars on a guy that's injured all the time? So no. So I think what Mark Williams is a guy that can kind of come in here and give you the 5 right now, allow you to slow roll Kaman Malawach into the role, and then if you catch lightning in a bottle, fantastic.
And you might have caught Mark Williams at the right time. This is a big year in his career. Mark Williams needs to produce and stay healthy this year if he wants to cash in anywhere.
All right, you've been rebooted.
Thanks, Jared. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, lots of unhappy players in the NFL, and one player who wants to reach a statistical milestone never reached before in his team's history. We'll fill you in on some hash marks next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Are there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know better than anybody that wins and losses matter, results matter, scoreboard matters, and that is why if you're ever injured in an accident, you call the attorneys at Sweet James. The stakes are too high, especially when you are the victim. This is what you're going to get from Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They'll get your car fixed. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. Along the way, they are going to treat you with compassion every step of your journey. They're a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games with Sweet James. They can't nickel and dime with Sweet James. They can't deny Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. That's why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Hey, it's Luke. What was the Cardinals' most impactful move this offseason? We'll be talking Cards training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have. Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
The more I hear that soundbite, the more it just makes me laugh.
Unbelievable.
Jerry Jones earlier this week taking maybe unintended shots at both Micah Parsons, who did show up to Cowboys training camp. He is there with his team. We'll hear from him in a second. Also, taking a shot at Dak Prescott, who, by the way, after he got that contract, it was a devastating injury that he suffered. You mentioned the J.J. Watt response to it, and J.J. Watt on social media said, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it.
Yeah, you can't miss those opportunities. They don't come around that often, do they?
Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you.
Isn't that great? He's absolutely right on the money about that. And I don't know whether Jerry Jones is that billionaire that is so insulated that nobody can ever tell him hard truths. You know, that seems to be a common function of billionaires these days. Yeah. You can't get to them. And
when you got guys surrounding you just laughing at everything you say.
Right. So when the people who are there to basically essentially hold you accountable and all they're doing is, oh, Jerry, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you just, maybe this is why you get it. Or maybe Jerry just likes the circus. Maybe Jerry isn't about football. He's about the circus.
Which is what Adam Schefter believes.
It's his show. We're all part of the show. He loves putting on the show. He's one of the great marketers of all time. Like, he is the modern day P.T. Barnum, the NFL version of that. And he loves that. Now, I'm sure he loves cap space, but that's probably secondary to making sure the Cowboys are America's team, selling that franchise, being relevant, being topical, being in the headlines. I think he loves all that.
Yeah, I mean, being relevant and being in the headlines only requires about a 500 record. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys have never really bottomed out for any kind of stretch over the last 30 years, but they also haven't challenged for a championship in 30-plus years either.
No, that is very, very accurate. They haven't even been in a conference championship game.
No.
In that period of time. And this year's schedule, look at their schedule. They've got to play 2 games against the Eagles. They got to play 2 games against the Commanders. I believe they have to play the AFC West, which is difficult. I believe they have to play the NFC North. So I think they've drawn a couple of divisions that each sent 3 playoff teams to the playoffs last year. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That kind of carryover can be overrated, but there are a lot of hurdles in front of the Cowboys. If
the Eagles and the Commanders could be 2 of
top 4 teams in the league.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, but the subject of Jerry's quote from earlier in the week, he did show up. He explained why he decided not to be absent.
At the end of the day, like, I'm just staying in the moment. Like, life's so short. Like, I don't want to give up this time, this place off the account of someone else. God blessed me to be here. I love representing the Star. Nothing can hold me back from football. You know what I mean? Like, this is genuinely what I love to do. And if anyone questions that, they probably have never been around me. I take everything I do very seriously. So, holding out completely, I don't think so. Like I said, I love this game. There's nothing that's going to keep me away from this game.
By the way, Jerry's saying, oh, we signed him and he missed 6 games last year. That's not even true. He only missed 4. He still put up 12 sacks.
He wasn't even right about that.
No. We signed Dak Prescott to the largest contract. He died on the field. Didn't even show up to work. That means we don't even have him.
Who's got the tape measure?
Micah Parsons is 26 years old and has 4 years in the league, and all 4 of those years, at least 12 sacks. That's premium stuff.
Yes.
Those are the players that you reward, not make an example out of.
But they're going to pay him.
Yes.
Because they did the same thing with their other stars.
Because of this. This is happening all over the country on Sports Talk Radio. It's happening all over ESPN's airwaves and FS1. He does love the circus. That's it.
Yeah, that's what it is. It has to be. Because if you were really serious about winning, you would be not acting that way. You would not have a press conference and just take pot shots and side shots at your 2 best players unless you wanted to create more drama. And that's what it is, you know. I mean, seriously, flying in it with your helicopter and landing in a practice field and everything that goes into it.
Parsons not the only player not getting his contract. The Trey Hendrickson situation in Cincinnati continues to be a mess. Here's Courtney Cronin from ESPN.
It should be, because he's had 17.5 sacks last season. The next best player, Joseph Osai, had 5. 5! I understand that they're trying to draw a line in the sand here. No one has ever said that the Bengals are a team that spends out the wazoo. Yes, they paid Joe Burrow. At one time, he was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Yes, they paid Jamar Chase. They did what they did with T. Higgins. This is the next one. It's the obvious one, but because of what he's asking for on the other side of 30, I think that they want to draw a line in the sand even further and say, no, we're not doing that. We're trying to remind you it's not just about money. It's who has the power in all of this. Same thing with the Shemar Stewart situation. Another star pass rusher who hasn't been on the field at all up until this point as a rookie. What are you going to do, Cincinnati? You really going to risk not having both of your pass rushers there this year? That's a problem.
The Hendrickson situation baffles me from Cincinnati's standpoint because he has been productive. 17 sacks in 2 straight years. Not many players in the history of the game can make that claim. The Stewart thing is puzzling on both sides, but obviously the Bengals deserve some of the culpability. Stewart's been difficult from the day that they drafted him, and I do have a little bit of an issue with Courtney Cronin using the term star pass rusher when describing Stewart, who had 4 sacks at Texas A&M. So he's got stuff he's got to prove. Terry McLaurin with Washington, not getting his deal. He's in the area. I don't know if you saw it on NFL Network. Somebody posed for a picture outside a yoga studio with him in the Ashburn area where they're having training camp. So he's in the area, and he's staying loose.
This is one I don't understand.
I don't either.
I don't get this because everything you hear about the new ownership, they're being very methodical and making sure they do the right things, and this is a player of extreme import to them.
Absolutely.
And they've got such a good thing going. I'm just surprised that this is going down between those two parties.
Yep. And finally, meanwhile, in the Windy City, Caleb Williams, all eyes on him going into year 2 as the Bears quarterback. He talked about his goals for the season.
Self-goals. And that's, being the first 4,000-yard passer in Bears history. That's a, goal of mine, 70% completion. That helps the team, keeps us on the field, puts us in better positions. And then other than that, just trying to go down and, score the most points that we can with these drives that we have. So, that's kind of my self-goal. And obviously other than that, you got to go win. That's success for me. That's success for the team. That's all we wish for and all I wish for.
In a up-and-down rookie season, Caleb Williams in 17 starts, Bick, threw for 3,541 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's talked about this 4,000-yard passing milestone being unreachable for any Chicago Bears quarterback in history. Do you think he gets it this year? That's 459 more yards over the course of 17 games.
They've got to. I just don't know how much I believe in the quarterback and his ability to kind of grasp Ben Johnson's offense in one training camp. He's got all the talent in the world to do it. I think Ben Johnson really knows what he's doing. I'll say yes, but it's the Bears and quarterbacks. What could possibly go wrong?
If the Arizona Cardinals can boast one of the league's top tight ends, the Bears can get a 4,000-yard passer. To quote the great Kevin Garnett, anything is possible. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we hit the 8 o'clock hour. Bick's got your blast.
Fire!
It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Eduardo Rodriguez pitches great against the Astros before the D-backs' late collapse. Two Suns blockbusters made ESPN's ranking of the worst roster mistakes since 2020. And Cardinals camp questions, which players are poised for standout performances. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi.
I'm Diamond Dave, and I've been doing this for over 35 years and my family for 4 generations. A lot has changed since 1990. Our marketing, our teams, even many of our sources. But one thing hasn't changed. Our commitment to offering the absolute best quality at the lowest prices possible. People ask why we don't do weekends, why we don't have 40 feet of showcases, why we work by appointment only. Simple. We're not a jewelry store. We're world-class importers, designers, and wholesalers. To give you elite quality at wholesale pricing, we have to do things differently. Think a high-end showroom or thousands of rings on display makes it better? It doesn't. It just makes it more expensive and a lot less personal. Come to Diamond Dave's and buy the smart way with insider access, wholesale prices, and zero pressure.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkalot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this: if that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, falling to 50 and 52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. E-Rod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen could not hold the 1-0 lead, and D-backs batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today, and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp practice officially starts today at State Farm Stadium, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There are many phrases that describe when the end has finally arrived. They involve nails in coffins, towels being thrown, and fat ladies who sing. And whatever slang you prefer, that moment seems to have arrived for the 2025 Diamondbacks. Seems like it's time to sell off, recoup, regroup, and reset. The conclusion was right there in Tuesday's loss to the Astros, a night when Erod rose to the occasion, went toe-to-toe with one of the best pitchers in the American League, and yet the offense could squeeze only 1 run out of 10 hits. Their third base coach choked in a big moment. Their bullpen blew up once again, and with the game and maybe the season on the line, all we had was Jose Herrera. Now, this isn't colossal failure. This is a team that has been decimated by injuries, and unlike other eras of baseball in Arizona, they don't have to go down as one-hit wonders. They still have a future in the form of a great GM, a core of young players who are locked up well into the future, and a stadium that's going to get a much-needed makeover. But it will not be easy saying goodbye to Gino and Merrill and Zach, and you really have to wonder about the future of Torey Lovello, once one of Arizona's rock star managers. What I won't miss is the frustrations and the coddling and the teasing that came with a baseball team that often underperformed and underachieved, a baseball team drawn to mediocrity like moth to flame, and in the end, a baseball team that simply couldn't. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
We're fighting for our lives out there, and I was proud of the way we continued to battle all the way through that last out of the game. You know, it was a hard hit ball, and they turned a terrific double play. They're a pitching and defensive type of team, especially right now with a lot of their key players out. And then they have a young player that we're making mistakes to that continues to score up the baseball, and he's made a couple really big swings that have made the difference in this game. So that's the beauty of this game, and he's doing his job, and we got to figure out a way to get him out in some crucial situations, and we haven't solved that part of the riddle yet. But I want to focus on the fight and the determination that this team has. They are going out there despite giving up some late leads and building an inning, and I thought we had a lot going on right there.
That was Torey Lovello after last night's game. And look, you touched on it earlier in the show. Mm-hmm. It's come up during the course of this season. The level of pride and reference to the fight and determination of this team, when you look at what this team record is and where they are at this point, and on the verge of possibly trading off 4 very good / popular players, those things don't equate.
No.
That's been one of the frustrations of this season for a lot of people. And you pointed out something, and I went back and looked it up, and Gino Suarez is scheduled to join us today, either 9:15 or 9:30. Looking forward to that because he's he's the positive vibes guy. So we're going to get some positive vibes in the 9 o'clock hour. And he has been remarkable this season, and certainly on a binge that ended last night. He didn't hit a home run, and people are disappointed. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now gone 7 games without a home run hit by anybody else that's not Gino Suarez. Yep. Randall Grichuk had 2 home runs in the Friday game against the Angels in that last series before. And then every home run hit since, 7 home runs hit since have all been Suarez home runs.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And, you know, Corbin Carroll has been tripling, but he hasn't been homering. Ketel Marte hasn't done much since he's gotten back from the All-Star game and returned to the team. They become very reliant on the long ball, and now Gino's the only one providing it. It's a shame because, like I said, there have been any number of moments during the season where I really wanted to believe that the baseball team was going to kind of break out of this season-long malaise and kind of get hot. And maybe we were all kind of guided by what we saw in 2023, and maybe it was foolhardy, the idea that if you just hang on, if you just get hot at the right time, maybe you got a chance.
Yeah, but there's some merit to that.
I know there is.
At any point in 2023, before the playoffs started, even with the Diamondbacks in the party, if you will, did you feel like they were a World Series team? I didn't.
No.
I go back and I say, I remember saying this team's done on more than one occasion. And they got in by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
And they got hot at the right time. And that is what complicates things. It's not as cut and dry at the trade deadline as it used to be. Because all you need is an invite to the party.
Yeah.
You get the clean slate, and you can maybe make a run.
You remember that first game in Milwaukee, it was like Corbin Carroll immediately got hot to start the playoffs. Then it became the Merrill Kelly show, who was just dealing every time you gave him the ball. And then you had that lockdown bullpen, and then next thing you know, you're sweeping the Dodgers, and everyone's going nuts. And then you think the party's going to end there, and you go to South Philly and win 2 games on the road. That's going to remain one of the top 5 accomplishments in Arizona sports history. And then just like that, you're in the World Series. And so you think, yeah, it's not that difficult. Well, on paper, it can be done. We proved it. But you also have to go back and look at how ridiculously hot the team got in some aspects.
You also use the phrase lockdown bullpen.
That ain't what we got now.
No, and last week when you were on vacation, I went back and I looked at the 8-member bullpen on opening day.
Mm-hmm.
Not one of those pitchers is currently in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks.
Wow.
Kevin Ginkel and Kendall Graveman would have been, but they were hurt to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
So 0 for 8. That's how decimated they are at that position.
Yeah. Look. It's a shame because, as I said in the blast, the one unfortunate thing about the Diamondbacks, they went to the playoffs 3 times in their first 5 years as a franchise. They've been back 4 times since, and never have they stacked playoff appearances together. And I really thought that this was going to be different. And it was sort of when the Diamondbacks lost their grip in the last week of last season, and that is when all the dissatisfaction with Ketel Marte began.
Mm-hmm.
When he asked for that day off before that last week, we all thought, okay, that was a horrible experience. The team had to sit in that clubhouse and watch Monday baseball, not knowing whether they were going somewhere, staying home. They had to pack for a week. They might not need any of the clothes. They might not be going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we all thought that the next time around they would not lose their grip, that they would not let that happen to them again. And they got hit with different kinds of adversity this year. And the injury issues are very, very real. But they've also underperformed to the talent that they have.
And that's it, because over the last 3 years, this team has been built to be better each year, and instead they've been worse each year.
Yeah, that's actually accurate. So, I think, and again, this is my opinion. The Diamondbacks might go out and rake today, and then sweep the Pirates and sweep the Tigers, and maybe it's different, but these last 2 games kind of feel like the verdict to me.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were cautiously optimistic after the Cardinal series. Hey, I was one of them. But as soon as you hit another speed bump, what was it going to feel like? Mm-hmm. Well, they've run into the speed bump.
Yeah.
And the speed bump wears orange uniforms.
Bryce Matthews.
Yeah, Bryce Matthews.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
And because this is an Astros team, as you pointed out, they're pretty injured themselves.
Yeah.
They're missing a lot of key guys.
I mean, you want to talk about strengths of teams, though. Obviously, pitching is a strength of the Houston Astros. They have their top 4 bullpen arms all have ERAs of 2.58 or lower. That's how you win games.
Wow.
And last night, the Diamondbacks even got a break because they didn't go to Hader in the 9th inning. They got another lefty, and it looked like it was going to work out for him, and it still didn't.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Yeah, there was certainly, I'm not going to say a final nail, but the penultimate nail, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Last night.
Yeah.
You can join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club of the year. D-backs taking on the Astros this afternoon. You can text HALF, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's HALF, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up next, the Suns have made some regrettable decisions during the last 5 years. But where do their mistakes rank among the rest of the leagues? Pretty interesting piece done on ESPN. Shares just that. We'll go over it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
After the Kyrie Irving trade last week, the conversations between Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai, the owner in Brooklyn, Sean Marks, their GM, they started to move toward the idea that if there was a deal that could be done in Phoenix, that Kevin Durant would certainly be open to it, and I think even eager for it. And Matt Ishbia, the new owner in Phoenix, who just was approved last week, he wanted to get Kevin Durant. They tried to do this deal without Mikal Bridges. That wasn't going to happen.
That's how long ago this was.
Adrian
Wojnarowski was still an ESPN NBA insider. Now he's the director of operations at St. Bonaventure. That was back February 8th, 2023. Details on how the Kevin Durant trade went down. It's now, part of Suns history, more so because they've moved on from Kevin Durant. Traded him to the Houston Rockets. Also moved off of Bradley Beal with the wave and stretch. ESPN had an interesting piece yesterday, Bick, where Zach Cram took a look at all 30 NBA teams, what he deemed to be their biggest roster mess-up over the last 5 years, and then ranked them 1 to 30 in terms of egregiousness. I could say this.
Yeah.
The Suns aren't number 1 on this list.
Whoa, really?
They are number 2. The Phoenix Suns' biggest roster mishap over the last 5 years. Biggest mistake, trading for Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal in 2023. Cram wrote, Ishbia officially assumed controlling interest as the Phoenix Suns' new owner February 7th, 2023. Just over 24 hours later, the Suns traded for Durant. This so-called new owner syndrome had never before manifested so quickly. Ishbia pushed his team to give up a massive haul for Durant. Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a swap, setting into motion a chain of events that have all but wrecked a team that reached the NBA Finals in 2021 and won a league-best 64 games in 2022. So, I was kind of surprised to see the combo platter of trades.
Me too.
I when I was thumbing through this article yesterday, Bick, I was preparing myself to see Suns trade for Bradley Beal as number 2. And they included Durant. And that surprised me because of the widespread NBA respect that Kevin Durant still commands around the league and even from media people. But there's no mistaking it.
Yeah.
I was for the trade. You were for the trade.
Yep.
Lots of people were for the trade.
Yep.
We were on the wrong side of things.
Yeah.
It did not work out.
No, it certainly didn't play out the way I thought it was going to, particularly with Bradley Beal. I thought there was more player there, and it surfaced on occasion. I think the reason they factored in Kevin Durant into this list is because the comprehensive cost of what that KD trade ended up being. And I think when they factor in what the Nets then did, I think it's 12 first-round picks totally involved.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why they tag teamed him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But again,
well, it's
always fruitful to explore things a couple of years down the road, because what the Brooklyn Nets were able to do in that trade with the Suns, and then to flip Mikal Bridges to the Knicks a year later for the draft pick haul that he gave them, are they on their way up? They had 5 first-round picks in this year's draft. They used all of them. They're projected to be the worst team in the league again.
They're still a year away from being a year away.
And I don't think there's any consensus that any of their 5 first-round picks are surefire picks. Yegor Demin was their first-round pick. There's a lot of people that don't believe that he's going to be a very good NBA player.
Really?
Yeah.
I had heard going into the draft that might be one of the unicorns.
He might be.
6'10" point guard.
But you say that about everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, there's 59 players drafted. You could say that about all of them.
Interesting to me that the Milwaukee Bucks landed just behind the Phoenix Suns at number 3, and their biggest mistake was trading for Damian Lillard. And when you combine number 3, the Bucks, and number 2, the Suns, both those mistakes necessitated buyouts that approached or exceeded $100 million.
Yeah, $223 million in total buyouts, I think it was.
And both of them were NBA Finals teams that traded away key essential parts of those teams for flashy star players. Trading Drew Holiday, and then obviously Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, all Chris Paul.
But the biggest mistake, according to ESPN, no surprise, last January, was it? The Dallas Mavericks trading Luka Doncic. There's no equivocation given either to the Lakers or anything or what came back. Just biggest mistake, trading Luka Doncic.
That is one of those.
Even though the Dallas Mavericks
they're in an okay spot.
Are in an okay spot. And may end up, and there are people who are speculating that LeBron might want to end up there.
But this is it, though. This is why that move will never, ever make sense, because it doesn't even matter how things play out.
You know, right.
It was just so inexplicable the way it went down that they didn't shop him around, that they didn't get more for him, and that they traded him at all.
I called it the most shocking trade, maybe even the most shocking news, breaking news in sports history. A lot of people said, no, it was when Gretzky was sold or traded to the Kings. I disagree. That was hockey, and it was a different era. This was you could hear the entire basketball world gasp. Everyone thought it was a joke.
Mm-hmm. Even the most dialed-in insiders said they didn't believe it when they heard it.
That's right. What's interesting, you brought up KD and the universal respect people have. Kyrie Irving was just on I think he was on Twitch or something yesterday, and he gave this lengthy interview, and he kind of said that I was an idiot for going to Brooklyn in the first place, that if I learned a lesson, it's you gotta know and understand what general manager and what the front office looks like. I just followed KD there, is basically what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know anything about anything. I was just following KD.
By the way, the other teams mentioned Dallas number 1, Suns number 2, Bucks trading for Damian Lillard number 3. Brooklyn, biggest mistake, was number 4, trading for James Harden in 2021. And the Sacramento Kings rounded out the Tier 1 disasters. Biggest mistake, having Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox, then losing them both within 3 years. And just to illustrate again, number 1, the Dallas Mavericks not long ago had both Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic playing in the backcourt. And they have neither one of them.
Right.
And they're, again, in a good... Somehow the
landed.
suns shine. The basketball gods smiled upon the Dallas Mavericks. I wonder how that happened.
What a lucky team. Pure luck to get that.
The other takeaway I had from this piece, and it's really in depth, and it was kind of a cool look down memory lane. But the Oklahoma City Thunder, the reigning NBA champions, they would make you... or people would make you think that they've done everything right over the years. They only ranked number 23 on this list, and their biggest mistake was trading 4 future rotation players after the draft in 2020 and 2021. I mean, they had their hands on Jaden McDaniels, Emmanuel Quickley, Miles McBride, traded number 16 pick Alperen Şengün. So they haven't done everything right, but they've done enough right, obviously. And they're in great shape moving forward.
Yeah.
But no team is perfect, and some teams are less than perfect than others. Is that fair?
Very much so. Yeah, very much so.
Coming up, where does Trey McBride rank on the NFL 100 list? And we'll share some of our favorite memories of the Honey Badgers' NFL career, which came to an end yesterday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Aronians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, so I've got some really good advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores. Instead, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance in the East Valley, and here's why. They're going to give you the expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. Walt's has been serving the Valley since 1957. They're practically a Valley institution. They've seen a lot of trends come and go. What has never changed is their commitment to you, their customers in Arizona. They're going to give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you want to know what that looks like, you can see it in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular. They have all the major name brands you are looking for. A great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions, appliances, whatever you're looking for. And guess what? With all that experience, with all that expertise they're going to provide, you will not pay a premium at Walt's because they also offer unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like, bring it to Walt's. They'll match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Walt's, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, you know, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, falling to 50 and 52 overall, 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, gave up no runs in 6 1/3 innings, but the bullpen could not hold the 1-0 lead, and the D-backs batters just could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The Diamondbacks are back at it today, and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp officially starts today at State Farm Stadium with practice, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Boom Boom Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. That is What's Trending Now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which Cardinals rookie do we think will make the biggest impact this season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Oh, man, it's surreal. If you would have told me that I would be the highest paid tight end coming out, I would have never, ever believed you. And it's just a testament to all the hard work and all the sacrifice and everything that I've gone through to get to this moment. But it was such a cool honor to have that title for a second, 3 weeks, whatever it was. It was a huge honor for me.
It's Trey McBride. Back in June, talking on NFL Live about being the highest paid tight end in football for 3 weeks. That contract was then surpassed by the new contract from George Kittle. So McBride gets bumped down to number 2. More on Trey McBride in a second. Jared, I gotta reference something you said in the latest there.
Yes.
You've made a couple of references to Tyler Boom Boom Drake.
Tyler Boom,
who's going to join us in the next segment.
Next segment, talk Cardinals.
And I know the answer to the first question is this is not caught on. You're the only one using this. But how many different people over the course of the years on this radio station have you referred to as Boom Boom?
I'm doing it until it takes with somebody. But this is a good one, I think.
There's never any rhyme or reason to these nicknames you give people, like the Lovely Bailey. What made you ever call Bailey?
That one's actually
lovely?
stuck.
That one's stuck.
I still use that.
I tried to get
I just do it because it makes Bailey uncomfortable.
Kellen Big Daddy Olsen going.
I've never called him Big Daddy.
He doesn't like it, so that's good.
No.
I don't think Kellen likes you. I got that very strong impression the week when Vinny was gone.
Well, you know. But Tyler Boom Boom Drake, I think, has a good ring to it. You know what I mean?
Right, well,
the cadence kind of works, and I think he could.
But you got to tell him now with a nickname like Boom Boom, he's got to bring it.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
He's got to have a boom and a boom.
There hasn't been a great boom boom since Ray Mancini, babe. And we got a lot of people on the staff that have great built-in initial nicknames based on sports. Kellen Olsen, KO.
Right.
Knockout.
Yeah.
Tyler Drake, TD, covers football.
That's
Touchdown.
right. What's better than that?
Alex Weiner changed his name, but his name used to be Robert Bates Infante, RBI.
Of course.
Nobody knows that. I went down that road and I was like, I better come up with some names real quick here.
You got two. That was good.
Yeah, Tyler Drake's going to join us coming up. Trey McBride making a big leap. Last year, one of the most productive tight ends, the most productive tight end in Arizona Cardinals history. There talked about the financial jump he made as the second highest paid tight end. Is there another level? Well, he reached another level today for the first time in his NFL career. Trey McBride revealed in the NFL Top 100 list, voted on by players, revealed as the number 65 player on the roster. The second Cardinal to make the list. Josh Sweat previously announced as number 95. I do put a little bit of stock, but not too much in this list. Obviously, for a player like Trey McBride, it's good to get the ascension to the recognition.
Yeah.
But 65, I think that number can be a lot higher next year.
Yeah.
Even if he has the same statistical baseline, I think he'll be looked at as a more consistent threat and get more respect from his peers.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. In fact, you could make an argument that based over the last season and a half, he could be slotted higher than 65 right now.
Well, let's put it this way. He's the first tight end on the list, but I don't think he's going to be the last. No. And you could argue he's the best tight end in football, or at least...
I don't think, and I don't know where he was last year, but I don't think Kelsey will be on the top.
I don't.
Travis Kelce
and Sam Laporta is good, but I don't think he's better than Trey McBride. I've seen a lot of Lions football.
I'll bet you Kelsey is on it since it's voted on by
higher than McBride.
Well, he has to be because the other one's already out there.
He doesn't have to be if he's not on the list.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's going to be on the list.
But this list is voted on by the players, so this isn't a popularity contest.
Or you could say it's voted on by the players. It's absolutely
right.
It absolutely is.
But it also probably means that he is now the second Cardinal. It probably means James Conner will not make the list, and Kyler Murray will not make the list. That would be my guess.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think the only other player you're probably looking at with a possibility to make it is
Buda Baker. Yeah. You know what I mean, though? Because I think...
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I would think if you were ranking Cardinals, you would have Kelsey. You would have McBride ahead of Conner.
Yeah.
And Kyler.
And James Conner is not viewed as a top 10 running back in the NFL.
Which we've seen in these various lists, which is surprising.
But again, we're also biased. When you go through the list of guys who are in front of him, you go, oh yeah, that's a really good player. So, yeah, but you're right. I think now that I kind of reverse engineer this, you are probably right. This might be the end of the Cardinals.
Yeah. Wait, what?
What?
Disbanding?
Oh, no. Well, no, but again, but this also plays into why the disconnect of why the national media sees an average to poor football team, and we see a team that might be surging to the playoffs.
And maybe I'm wrong because Jordan Love and Sam Darnold were both on this list. It's hard to believe that they're ranked ahead of Kyler, but
because you've got about...
Sam Darnold had an unbelievable season for about 15 weeks last year.
Yeah.
He was a better quarterback than Kyler Murray for the totality of last year.
Yeah, that's
now I don't.
Lost to him head to head.
I'll be shocked if he's on this list next year. Honestly, I think last year was the outlier or the perfect situation for him. And even the team that gave him that opportunity didn't have enough belief in him to bring him back.
It's interesting to me that Josh Sweat lands in at 95. Now, I'm going to be watching Josh Sweat. I'm going to be very intrigued by this because, like you said, I got a couple of buddies. One of my closest friends is a diehard Eagles fan. He thinks Josh Sweat is a flash player, nothing more. That he'll have a great game, then you won't see or hear about him for 2.5, 3 weeks. Now, he might just be jilted that Josh Sweat left the Eagles. He is that way. He's petty like that. But there are people who tell you that the Josh Sweat we saw in the Super Bowl, that's not the Josh Sweat you get every week. Now, I love Josh and how he represented himself in his debut press conference. I love how he kind of spoke to the idea that this is his breakout chance now to get out from underneath the team with a lot of marquee players in Philadelphia and really kind of flex who he is as a player. And I'm hoping for the best because he was quite the force in the Super Bowl. But there are mixed opinions about him. And to see him land in at 95 kind of proves that.
Yeah, I mean, and this, in real time when that signing happened, I like the signing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was something that the Cardinals needed.
So do I.
It fills a big gap for them. He had 2.5 sacks in that Super Bowl. There was a lot of people, including Josh Sweat himself, that thought he should be the MVP of that game. It didn't go that way. This is not the first time the Cardinals have rolled the dice in free agency on a player who had a massive Super Bowl performance. Remember Dexter Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
I think this one works out better than Dexter did, with all due respect.
I think you're right. My gut feeling is you're right, but I would also say if there was a candidate for an overpay, that would be it.
Yeah.
And because that's the nature of free agency.
Yeah.
When you get a free agent who's a Super Bowl hero, and again, you have to think of where the Cardinals were at that point in time. The fan base were like, come on, what are you waiting on?
Yeah.
It's been 2 years.
Going back to Trey McBride, again, he comes in at number 65 on that NFL Top 100 list. We had Darren Urban on the show yesterday, and I asked the question, is there another level maybe Trey McBride can reach this year?
I don't know if I would say another level. He's at a pretty high level right now, Vince. I would think if there is improvement there on the receiving part of Trey McBride's game, I think it could come in the way of what we talked about last year is Marvin Harrison's game jumps to a spot where defenses are just in deep doo-doo, I guess. When you're trying to cover both those guys, and if they're worried too much about Marvin, then maybe Trey gets off even more. But I don't know. Trey McBride was playing at a really high level. Asking him to be more in the receiving game. I mean, obviously you want more touchdowns, but to me, touchdowns a lot of times for pass catchers are a matter of circumstance more than talent.
Yeah, and I guess from a statistical standpoint and how good he is as a player, maybe we're seeing the peak Trey McBride.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the next level for him is cosmetic. It's these lists. It's, hey, next year ESPN's top 10 has Trey McBride as the top tight end as opposed to number 4.
Yeah.
Maybe he cracks into the top 50 and is the top ranked tight end on NFL's top 100. Maybe there's not much more in terms of growth other than statistically you'd like to see the touchdowns go up, but what a fantastic player he's become. And the difference, I'm sorry, Bick, the difference between the level he was at when he started as a rookie and where he's at now, that is the growth that front offices and coaching staffs dream about when they pick a player in the draft.
Well, not only that, like George Kittle, he's very marketable. He's got a great personality. He's got a unique story. He's the son. He's raised by same-sex parents. Great family, great loving family, and it shows. He's just a great kid. So this kid has got superstar written all over him, Vinny.
Yep. Think what you've got. I always mess up this line. Think you've got what it takes to beat us in fantasy football?
You do.
Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite hosts, leagues, and battle for glory and the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last long, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk Cardinals football as they open up training camp in Glendale. We'll be joined by our own Tyler Boom Boom Drake. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2. I just don't know if the Mets would be willing to part with a top 10 prospect for 2 months of what has not been a really good Zach Gallen season.
I have to think any team that's trading for Gallen is at least looking at the possibility that they'll have him signed beyond this year. I also have to think any team, whether it's the Mets, whoever, Phillies, I don't know, like just whatever team is not looking at his bad games this year. I think if you trade Gino, if you trade Josh Naylor, you are waving the white flag to a certain extent. If you trade Merrill and you keep Zach Gallen, I don't know
You're
if that
just
makes
going
a
to
ton
mix
of
the
sense.
opinion of the fan base.
Yeah, I mean, Merrill's been better this year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the court, on the field, on the diamond, sports fans know the 3 magic letters are MVP, but when you're on the roadways, the 3 magic letters become BMW, the ultimate driving machine, and that's what you can get from my friends at Chapman BMW. In fact, right now in the middle of July, a great time to roll off the lot in a brand new Chapman BMW. Here's some incentives. No payments for 90 days at Chapman BMW. You can get the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're the 2 beautiful compact luxury SUVs at 2.99% financing. You can lease the BMW i4 for just $399 a month. That's a great price. And then there's the all-new 2026 X3 for just $599 a month. Some great deals, some great incentives going on right now at Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. From Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is first class. You feel it the minute you walk into either location. The greatness is just in the air, if you know what I'm talking about. And those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. So pick a store, go take a test drive, find out what you like, then get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude. He guarantees every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best price possible in the state. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the Valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm with another one of
the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett, you guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Yeah, it gets underway today. State Farm Stadium in Glendale. First open session to the public is tomorrow. And here to talk some Cardinals training camp with us, he covers the team for us at Arizona Sports, Tyler Boom Boom Drake.
What do you think of that nickname, Tyler?
I want to know what the origin of that nickname is.
As in anything with Jarrett, he's just winging it.
No, it sounds good.
Yeah,
it goes with
I figured.
Because you bring the boom, 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 boom.
Okay. Now it makes sense.
All right, how do you feel about it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad. When I first heard it, I thought it was maybe something towards like a bathroom going that way. So I'm glad it's not.
Right. Well, because he does. That is kind of his default for everything.
Yeah.
That's his shtick, for sure.
It's his milieu.
It's his milieu.
As we say. Obviously, it gets started today. We were having some big picture conversations earlier today, Tyler, about the Cardinals, their place, and this difference in local expectations as opposed to national expectations. We played some sound from Will Johnson on his YouTube channel saying, hey, they're sleeping on us. What do you think about the national perspective and specifically like the Athletic ranking them 22 in power rankings going in? Do you think that's accurate?
Oh, I mean, for what you saw this team do in the offseason defensively, yes, it's all on paper. I think we have to start with that before we see anything on the field. But when you look on paper, what they did this offseason, you really have to like what they've done, especially improving the areas that were the biggest issues last year. So when I look at that, yes, nationally, I don't think they're going to get the credit. I think they've got to start winning games right out the gate, which with their schedule, it's super easy coming out the gate. That should be the case. So I'm expecting them to get some more run heading into the regular season. Obviously, you've got to get through training camp, stay healthy. But I think we'll see that national perspective kind of come in midway with that local, because I think locally everybody sees the improvements on the defensive side. The offense is very much continuity. So I'm looking at just seeing that defense take that next step, because if that's the case, they should very much be in that conversation as maybe a top 10, top 15 team, not a 22nd team, because I think that's pretty low.
All right, so I want to get your take on not just the overhauled defense, particularly the defensive front. We know the names. We've been very impressed at what the Cardinals have done. But how do you think a creative guy like Nick Rollis is going to react to having real playmakers at his disposal?
Yeah. I think what we saw last year with Budda Baker and how they just used him in every single way possible, I still think we see some of that, but having this premium talent, you really don't have to make up for talent deficiencies anymore. Like I said, got to get through training camp, got to get through the injuries, make sure there's nothing there. But when you look at the team, that's the biggest area that I see is just there's no more talent deficiency where you have to have somebody do everything. I think Budda Baker in that role flourished, so I still think he's going to be in that role. But as much as everybody else getting moved around, versatility is the name of the game of this defense. They've got a lot of premium talent now that they can still move around if they want to. They can still make Mac Wilson be a hybrid type guy. Give him the green dot if you want, because Kazier's no longer there. Josh Sweat coming off the edge. There's just so many different ways you can work these guys in. I mean, look at Darius Robinson. He can play every single spot along the defensive line. So I do think that he'll still have some tweaks and still have some creative innovation there, but I think he can get a little bit more back to traditional if he wants to. I think Nick Rollis is a madman when it comes to this defense. So I think he likes having that kind of freaky, creative, adaptive defense on a weekly basis. But if you do get into some problems, you can easily go back to a traditional defense and let your guys just get after the quarterback, which hasn't been the case in recent years.
Tyler Drake, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I don't really look at it, and you look at all these so-called hypothetical depth charts at this point, Tyler, and they're unofficial. There's probably some truth in a lot of them. I don't see a lot of individual position battles shaping up in this training camp outside of maybe right guard. How do you break down the Isaiah Adams spot on the right guard position right now as camp gets underway? Is it a stranglehold, or do you think there's some room there?
Yeah, I really do think it's his job to lose at this point. I mean, you look at what they didn't do on the offensive side of the ball. They brought in Hayden Connor, but he's really the only big addition, and that was through a draft pick, to that offensive side of the ball, offensive line specifically. So I really do think it's Isaiah Adams' job to lose. If he can really turn on that next and really prove in training camp that it's his job, I think they're going to be very happy. I think Jonathan Gannon's been very excited with what he's seen out of him just through the offseason. And talking to him before camp started, he seems very much at a different level just of his mental and what he said physically. I mean, he said he didn't have the same success he had last year in college, but that's actually helped him and given him some more fire this offseason. So it's going to be really interesting. I think when you look at the offensive line and you see the limited additions they've added there, I think that shows you that they think he's the next guy to come up and really take this over and be the starter. And obviously Will Hernandez is still out there. Maybe he comes around later on in training camp. Maybe something happens. But if not, I very much think it's Isaiah Adams' job until further notice.
All right, I want to ask you what you think the offense is going to look like and what they're going to be working on in the weeks ahead, because we've heard a couple of things. Kyler Murray kind of wants to implement more passing plays out of the pocket when things break down rather than just running, which involves some sort of, coordination and synchronicity with the receivers. We obviously know that getting a better connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. is essential. What do you think are going to be the objectives of the offense in training camp?
Yeah, I think you start there with this Marvin and Kyler really seeing that next step. You've talked about it all offseason. Can you go out there and show it? It's training camp. It's obviously not the real thing, but can you really take that next step and really prove to a lot of people that this offseason wasn't taken for granted, and you can really see that chemistry growing? When Kyler Murray jumped on the Cardinals Corner podcast, he spoke about how just halfway through the season, him and Marvin were connecting a lot more. So having a full offseason, being able to just talk to one another and getting to know the person instead of the player could do wonders. Then yeah, you're looking at for me, I'm looking at running back too. I think that's going to be a big one. It's James Conner's team, James Conner's backfield until further notice, but Trey Benson should be easing his way in there, getting some more reps and really helping add a 1-2 punch to a pretty dynamic running game as it is. So if you can add another guy in there and maybe have that kind of two-headed Lions running game, that could really do wonders, I think, for this unit, especially with Drew Petzing. He loves running the ball. So I'm looking there as well. And then when you look at, getting off schedule, what are the wide receivers doing, especially from a blocking standpoint? I think that's what I'm going to be looking at too, is are these guys getting downfield, holding their blocks? I know it's training camp, but just getting down there and being comfortable to put their hands on another dude, I think could say a lot about them actually achieving what Kyler wants to do and have some of those more sexy plays, off-schedule plays, whatever you want to call them. Because, if they can get to more of those and get more explosives, going to definitely turn the tide for the offense.
Tyler, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot during training camp. Boom, boom.
Absolutely. No problem, guys. See you later.
Tyler Drake covers the Cardinals for us at Arizona Sports, and you mentioned it. You can catch more of him on the Cards Corner podcast. You can also join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's today. D-backs Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower level tickets for just half off. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, we dive into the 9 o'clock hour. Jared's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I forgot my glasses. Get ready.
All right, it's going to be a great one here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Building wealth from scratch, very difficult to do, but smart people will tell you the best way to get it done is to get rid of your debt. And that is why if you're in the market for a new home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. They can save you a ton of money. Many of our listeners have found out. For instance, one of our listeners, Michelle, self-employed, single mom in the landscape business, far from wealthy, but she's responsible with her money. She owed $490,000 on her home at 2.75%. Not a bad rate, but had 26 years left to pay on that mortgage. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. That thing is going to get paid off in a little over 4 years. She's going to save over $110,000 in interest compared to her traditional mortgage. I've got files and files of customers and listeners and clients who have switched to a Life Changer Loan. They cannot believe that something this cool exists. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You've got to have a really good credit score. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit. But if you are, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 9.
We'll try to salvage a game in this series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp practice officially starts today at State Farm Stadium, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Boom Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Sammy is away. And you know the old saying, when the Sammy's away, the Jarrett will play. Something like that. So it's time to hand it over to Jarrett Carlin, who crafted these questions on social studies, and now he'll go through them with
Where's Sammy, by the way?
Sammy?
Yeah, where'd he go?
He's on assignment somewhere. I don't know.
Sammy's on a vacation far away.
I don't know. He's a young, busy guy, I suppose, with his jet-setting ways.
Uh-huh. Go
I
ahead,
think this is a
Jarrett.
family thing. He often goes on. He has a significant other that lives in
San Diego.
San Diego, so he's often jet-setting back and forth. But I think this is a family vacation he's on now. But that's neither here nor there, because what you need to know, listeners, is that you need to follow us all across social media. Bickley_Marotta on Twitter.
Because we're everywhere.
You know, today is the 2-year anniversary, maybe it was yesterday, of Twitter becoming X. And it's the 2-year anniversary of nobody calling it X. But
that's true.
You can follow us, Bickley_Marotta there. You can follow us, Bickley and Marotta on Blue Sky. We post all the same questions there. We post videos from the show on Facebook and Instagram, Bickley and Marotta. And you can see us live on video throughout the entire show.
Oh, lucky them.
YouTube. Just dial up the old www. You dial in.
You're doing my favorite photographic pose right now.
There you
You type in the Arizona Sports 98.7, and you could watch us live during the show and interact with us. Anyway, let's start here with the first question on social studies. D-backs fans, what is the biggest reason for hope right now, and what is the biggest reason to lose hope right now?
I mean, the biggest reason for hope is that there's 60 games left in the season.
But
that's real close to grasping at straws at this point.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that, listen, I think in my mind, I've transitioned. I think the reason for hope is that you are going to attempt to trade Geno Suarez, if you do, at peak value. I can't imagine a player ever getting so hot at the right time that would help rectify and remedy a bad situation.
Now, lots of people's reason for hope.
You think. You can't see it.
I know I have it at 150% font on my screen, so I can see it. But lots of people are looking towards the future as the reason for hope. Stephen Ruiz, our biggest positive, is that Hazen locked up many of our young, promising players to affordable contracts.
Yep.
There's no reason to lose hope because that hope was dashed long ago. We're too middling, it's too late, and the NL is too deep. The Buddy says, the hope is that no player this season has said, we chill, when asked what's going on.
Nobody said that. That is true.
There's still a roster of really good players who have not given up. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of hope for this season that people have. This is interesting, I guess. John Mendoza says, I think Mike Hazen is going to do everything in his power to be unreasonably optimistic because he knows there isn't going to be baseball in 2027. This guy's projecting a player's strike or a lockout, I suppose.
Well, lots of people are.
Selling for 3 years is not something he wants to do. And what good are prospects when they might miss an entire year 2 years from now? Guess we'll see what happens there. All right. We talked to Dan Bickley. Go back and listen to the podcast if you haven't heard his great Ozzy Osbourne story.
Absolutely.
And the genesis of where the band name Whiskey's Quicker came from. You could hear that at the 6:15 segment. But Ozzy Osbourne did pass away yesterday. One of the people sort of attributed with inventing, if not inventing, but popularizing heavy metal rock music.
Pioneer, sure.
So I asked, who is the most influential person in music history and why?
There's got to be arguments for Elvis, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be arguments for
Jimi Hendrix, Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah. The Beatles. The Beatles are still influencing acts today.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Elvis is kind of the guy that, and Jarrett, you'll vibe on this from the movie Sinners. He was kind of the guy that took the great R&B and the great blues that were coming out of the Delta and kind of channeled it into something different.
He rocked it up a bit.
Rocked it up a little bit. Shook those hips.
And unfortunately, for the times, made it more palatable for the racially divided audience at the time by playing, traditionally black music.
Yeah, if I had to pick one,
Right.
I would probably go with Elvis without doing much research on it.
I think that's where as much as I'm a guitar guy, I'd probably have to vote Elvis as well.
Votes for Dylan. Dylan especially a couple of times. First for maybe popularizing folk music, and then when he became electric, sort of changing the way that music sounded. A lot of
Dylan
people.
Brooks? Dylan Strome? Who are you talking
Bob
about?
Dylan.
Oh, Bob Dylan.
Bobby Dylan. Looks a lot like. Looks remarkably. When people see Bob Dylan over the years, I remember everyone always saying, "Boy, he looks like Timothy Chalamet." That guy. He was good in that movie, but what a weird casting choice.
I have not seen the movie.
Michael Jackson, Bob Dylan, like I said. Ozzy Osbourne got several mentions. Some people think Led Zeppelin pioneered sort of heavy metal, that kind of hard rock music. Some people say Black Sabbath. Lots of good answers. Prince, and somebody, of course, said...
You can't read. Squint.
This is Gene Simmons.
Oh!
From Kiss.
And finally, we began the show by talking about the big day for 45-year-olds. Venus Williams won a tennis match at 45. Rich Hill made a start in the major leagues at 45.
Rich Hill? Rich Hill?
And I asked, what is the greatest achievement by an old person? Quote unquote old, and why?
Yeah, our listener Mike, he's got the greatest answer possible. When RFK Jr. hiked Camelback Mountain in jeans.
Which just happened this week. He loves his jeans during a workout.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tough one. I'm not eligible for any of these because I've accomplished nothing since I've been old.
I think maybe the George Foreman thing, that was pretty spectacular, right? Winning a heavyweight champion. How old was he?
He was in his 40s, wasn't he?
He was in his 40s, but it's not as unique as it was back then anymore.
And the heavyweight division wasn't spectacular.
Yeah, he didn't knock out like
point.
Holyfield or Tyson.
I'd like to hear what some of the listeners have offered up.
Jose Nuno says Nolan Ryan's 7th no-hitter at age 44. He struck out 16 batters that game.
It's a pretty good one. I mean, Satchel Paige has got to be up there, doesn't he?
Wookie says it was...
Oh, yeah.
Yes. 45-year-old George Foreman defeated 26-year-old Michael Moore. Las Vegas, Keith Richards still being alive is pretty impressive.
Pretty good.
And playing shows.
They're still doing it.
And how did we miss this one? But Beer Bob Says Bill Belichick snagging a 24-year-old. Enough said. Keep sending your answers.
Blissfully happy ever since.
Yep. There you go.
Thanks, Jarrett. I had to ask you one question, though. You said you forgot your glasses.
That's right. I've forgotten them ever since I went on vacation like 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
That's not true. You had them.
I had my backup pair that I keep in the car that I brought in a couple times.
But you forgot those too?
Yeah, I forgot those two. Those are in the car still. But I have the pair that I always used to wear that they match this outfit I'm wearing today so perfectly that I wish I had them today.
But my question is, do you use the glasses at home?
No.
So why don't you just leave them on your desk?
No, I do. I brought them with me on vacation like a month ago, and I just forgot to take them out of my suitcase for a month straight. Because usually I do leave them on the desk.
You are something else. That's social studies.
A goldfish is appalled at your attention span,
Jared. I have a terrible, really short-term memory.
Hadn't noticed.
Yeah, like today when real
yes,
quick
no, that's a perfect example.
Ending the show meeting, I printed off the show sheets and I said, Jarrett, can you just go grab those off the printer for me? Yep.
Sure thing.
I'll get that.
Sure thing, boss.
Left the studio, went right to his desk, and didn't think about it again.
Right.
It's not good because that stuff happens to me all the time. It's not good.
No kidding.
Your wife must be a saint.
Coming up, St. Karen.
St. Karen.
Coming up next, we talked a little bit about hope during social studies with the D-backs. Is there any left? We'll get into it. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
4-6-3, game-ending double play. And just like that, the Diamondbacks' comeback bid comes to an end. Hearts broken here in the ninth as the Astros win it by a final score of 3-1. Unbelievable. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Diamondbacks get nothing.
As the buy versus sell debate heats up ahead of the trade deadline, don't miss D-backs Astros series finale today at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, if you have heating, cooling, plumbing, and or electrical needs, I'm giving you 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated. I'm talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona, voted the #1 service company by consumers in ranking Arizona 16 consecutive years. Reason number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone by 8 a.m. the same day. They were at my house. Blew my mind in all the best ways. Reason number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. Their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All have had background checks. All have been drug tested. And again, you don't let anybody into your house. That's your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home. That is never a concern when you're calling Parker & Sons. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Luke. Is there any chance the Diamondbacks could keep Eugenio Suarez? We'll ask their assistant general manager Mike Fitzgerald at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Unbelievable. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Diamondbacks get nothing.
You'll get nothing and like it.
Well, they got nothing.
I want a hamburger. I want a hot dog. No, I want a milkshake.
You'll get nothing and like it. That line and Spalding, get your foot off the boat.
That's fantastic.
Two of the best lines.
That's great.
The Diamondbacks got nothing. We didn't like it. It looked like it was shaping up to be what would have been a satisfying walk-off win after Eduardo Rodriguez pitched his butt off for 6 1/3 innings, scoreless baseball against the Astros. They lose the lead in the 8th inning on a 2-run homer, but 3 straight singles to start the inning. We talked earlier in the show about the base running situation where Josh Naylor was not sent around third by Sean Larkin, the third base coach, and a lot of criticism of that. Mark Grace was pretty pointed on the postgame show where that can't happen, especially when a team is conceding a run. It might change the complexion of the rest of it. The ingredients were different. The feeling was the same. And we talked about this very early this morning, Bick. The list of not just losses, but really frustrating, pull your hair out type of losses is very long for the Diamondbacks this year. And this one is on that list.
No doubt about it. Look, it has been an extremely frustrating season in a lot of different ways. And we've been chronicling them. The expectations were so high on this group. We were coming off a very traumatic to the season last year. The team responded by adding even more pieces, by shocking the baseball world, by adding Corbin Burns. We've been through just almost a hilarious, and I'm saying that in the disbelieving sense, amount of injuries to pitchers. And it wiped out the rotation, then it wiped out the bullpen, then it started to affect position players. And by the time you start getting some of these guys back, it might be a fait accompli. It might already be, the die might already be cast. So, yeah, it's really, really unfortunate. And I've been one who has said all along that this is very, very important for this particular era of baseball, because the Diamondbacks, every time they've had a team that has captivated the market, they've been one-hit wonders. They've not been able to stack these magical seasons together. And I thought that in the terms of where this era of Diamondbacks baseball is going, this is a pivotal year. Well, they can get a mulligan, and they can blame it mostly on injuries, and I don't think people are going to quibble with that main point. but there are going to be some changes. And I think that the trade deadline, I think it just feels like last night would have solidified if this team was leaning towards selling. And I think that's where the instincts of the front office were leading to begin with. That as much as we flash, we keep resorting to be a mediocre team, drawn to 500 like there's a magnetic force field around it.
Yeah, and I brought this point up earlier, too, that the Astros are just that type of team that will extinguish your hope. And they almost did it to the D-backs team in 2023 that made it to the World Series. You remember the D-backs needed wins in the worst way in that last series of the year with the Astros in town. The Astros came to town and swept the Diamondbacks in 3 straight games and completely shut them down. They scored 2 total runs in that series, and thanks to the help that they got elsewhere, they were able to get that postseason berth. The Diamondbacks are 1-7 against the Astros in the last 3 seasons.
Wow.
So they obviously struggle, and the Astros have been one of the better teams in baseball, certainly. But it's just one of those teams that now it feels like it has a hold over the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, they're an organization that does a lot of good things, an organization that's been stigmatized, rightfully so, for cheating and banging garbage cans and all that kind of stuff. But they do have a winning pedigree, and you can kind of feel it when you play them, right? Here they are in the midst of their own difficult season, and where are they? First place once again.
Yeah, and we've talked about the subject of hope and how much remains, and I think if you are clinging to hope for the Diamondbacks, it's not that logical at this point, but nobody is turned on by the realization that there's 60 games left in this season. We're 8 days away from the trade deadline, and that if the Diamondbacks do sell, it doesn't necessarily tank their season. It changes the complexion of it, makes it a team that's had difficulty stringing together wins. It makes it a heck of a lot harder. But nobody wants 60 games of meaningless baseball. That's a marathon.
No, you're right about that. But at the same time, you've got to take advantage of opportunities to replenish if you think that this season is going no place.
You are right, though. If you look at what this season could look like if they do make these trades, all of a sudden you're taking away 1 or 2 of your frontline starting pitchers, and in a rotation that you do not have depth, people to call up, really. You're taking away Gino Suarez, who has been your only consistent power bat over the last little bit to hit home runs, especially. You pointed out the stat earlier. So what does that do to the lineup down the stretch? Like this could be a long 60 games, despite the talent they might still have.
Yeah, it's disappointing because in a lot of ways they've been a very fun team to watch too.
And listen, and I told you yesterday, I do believe that if they do agree to sell, if they come to that conclusion, I think you have to trade Gino Suarez because of the haul you're going to get in return. You've got a couple of teams minimum that apparently really want Gino Suarez. I'm talking about the Mariners and the Yankees. There's rumors that the Brewers might be interested. You got to Cubs. You've got to take advantage of that. And then I think the Zach Gallen piece is the other thing. Now, people might come and ask for Merrill Kelly as well. I would have a discussion with Merrill's people about what exactly are you looking for? How much do you need? What do you think you're going to get? What would it mean to be our guy, to be our ace next year, and to be part of this? And see what that number looks like.
Yeah, and the reality of the situation is Merrill Kelly has been so steady while he's been here. I think the market of expectations is probably set. And I think he strikes you as a guy who wants to be here as an Arizona native, the only major league team he's ever pitched for. And the luxury you have is since he's been here, you probably have a good idea of what his intentions are or what his desires are. I don't know. We'll see, because a lot of people are pointing at, just trade these guys and then sign them back in the offseason.
Right.
It's all well and good, but it doesn't really come to fruition that often either.
Because even if you say to Merrill, like, that's what we want to do, that's our plan, what's the number you want? When he hits that open market, what if another team, like, all of a sudden gives him more than he thought he could get?
Yeah, you're taking a chance. Not only that, but he's only known one thing as a major leaguer. They trade him at the deadline. We'll use the Yankees as an example. He pitches well, and absolutely falls in love with being in New York.
Yeah.
That is entirely possible.
Sure.
That's the risk you take.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Merrill Kelly's probably his last chance to get paid.
Yeah.
Given his age and given his late start on a Major League Baseball career. So I think there's some things unique to Merrill Kelly that probably go into that mix, if you will. But yeah, listen, as I said earlier, I'm going to take solace in the moment that this team doesn't have to be a one-hit wonder, that you've got a very shrewd GM who went in and locked up a Geraldo Perdomo, a Corbin Carroll. You've got young guys on manageable deals, and that's something you can rally around.
Yep. I want to remind you, too, today is the last half-day club for Arizona sports. D-backs Astros happening at 12:40. You can still grab the link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you that link. Once again, that's half to 620-620. We continue the Wednesday edition. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just don't think there's much the Cardinals could do this year where Gannon would be in trouble at the end of the year. When he got here, they were a mess. And I know it wasn't just him getting here, but when he got here, they were a mess. Even though the record wasn't better in year one, they looked different. And in year two, the record was significantly better. And so they were 8-9 last year. If they go out there and go 8-9 this year or 7-10 this year, I think Kyler, his future with the Cardinals is very much up in the air. I think Gannon, worst case, would end up maybe on the hot seat going into next year. When you look at the Cardinals, you're like, okay, what do they have going for them? I think you put Gannon on that side of things.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows. If you've lived here a while, chances are pretty good you need your windows replaced. In fact, I know I do. In fact, last year, I had an electric bill of $666. Listeners made fun of me, thought I must be very wasteful. No, the truth of the matter is my windows are shot, and that is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, a company that has a motto where they treat customers like friendships, and folks, you can feel the difference. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company. They offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in Arizona, and that is because there's no middleman. They're the manufacturers. They've got their own factory here in the valley, which means they'll build your windows specifically on account of Arizona's temperatures. They'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and because of the high volume of business they do, they get preferred pricing from their glass and vinyl suppliers. They pass those savings on to you. Even better, throughout the summer, great special going on. Buy 10 or more windows, you are getting $2,500 off your purchase. Call today, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the world, but one thing's for sure, you need a PC you can rely on. Whether it's for school, gaming, or whatever your next chapter holds, Lenovo.com has the tech to help you succeed. Shop PCs right now at Lenovo.com during their back-to-school sale, where students can save more when they sign up for a Lenovo Education account. Free shipping, easy returns, flexible financing. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
It isn't just just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks lost a tough one to the Astros last night, 3-1, falling to 50 and 52 overall. 5.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Erod was excellent, giving up no runs in 6 1/3 innings. But the bullpen couldn't hold the 1-0 lead, and the D-backs batters could not get the big hit, going 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The D-backs are back at it today and will try to salvage a game in the series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Cardinals training camp practice officially starts today at State Farm Stadium, and you can get all the coverage and read camp previews from our very own Tyler Drake on ArizonaSports.com. And the 15-7 Phoenix Mercury host the Atlanta Dream tonight with tip-off at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Quick look at today's Sanderson Ford poll question. And it is, which new Cardinal are you most looking forward to watching? Lots of choices here. Will Johnson, Cody Simon, Walter Nolan III, Josh Sweat, Akeem Davis-Gaither, or Calais Campbell.
Wow, yeah, lots of choices there.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong in a lot of them. Walter Nolan's a great choice.
Calais Campbell's a good choice, just out of nostalgia and curiosity.
And also the Josh Sweat dynamic. How good will he be on a week-to-week basis? Also, I'm going to vote for Josh Sweat.
All right, I'll place the vote for Josh Sweat. I was leaning towards either Will Johnson or Cody Simon, but because Will Johnson plays a more optical position, out on the edge, playing cornerback, easier to see. But we'll go Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat leading the voting right now, 34%. Will Johnson, 25% of the vote. Walter Nolan III, 20%. Calais Campbell, 19%. 2% for Cody Simon, and no love for Akeem Davis-Gaither. Come on. Played an important position.
Yeah.
Filling in for a key member of that defense last year, Kaiser White. There you go. There's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What was the Cardinals' most impactful move this offseason? We'll be talking Cards training camp at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I want to call Book right now. As you know, we were the worst in the league defensively at the rim, so we just dramatically improved that, you know. So it was a good day. It was a good day, my man. It was a good day. Yep. So you were the first call. You were the first call, baby. First call. That's good stuff, man. That's good.
Devin's very happy.
He's fired up, man.
Phoenix Suns put out some inside the war room footage. On draft day, that was Brian Gregory making the first call to Devin Booker. You can, if you listen real close, you can hear Book's voice on the other end. But how about that? The first call after the draft pick went to Devin Booker.
Was that Book in the background going, "I'm getting paid"? A lot of people, to show you where the Phoenix Suns are, a lot of people immediately began mocking Brian Gregory after the release of that video, because there's a point in time where Josh Bartelstein asks him, all right, who do you want to pick? And he says, I'm the GM. We're taking Kobe Brea. He's the best shooter in the draft. And people, because that's where the Suns are perceptually, are now said, well, any GM who has to say, I'm the GM is no GM. Sort of like the line from Game of Thrones. Anybody who has to say, I'm the king is not a king. And again, I thought Brian Gregory accounted himself very well in that video. But again, people are viewing this team through a mockery kind of lens right now.
It's not unearned. It's earned, but you know how people are. They'll stick to it until something dramatic happens in the other way.
Yes, without a doubt. So the Devin Booker thing, and I know you've discussed this, and I know other people have discussed it. There's a lot of people who thought the Suns even messed that up, the Devin Booker extension, because A, they didn't need to do it, and B, if he wants out and you try to trade him, you just made things harder by attaching a bigger number next to his name when he's maybe not that player, when he's maybe a B+ and not an A+ player. You know where I'm at on this. I have gone and sided with my heart. My head told me for the longest time, if you're really going to get out of this mess, you got to trade both. My heart came around and said, no, the best thing for me as a basketball fan is to hang on to hope that Devin Booker, stripped free of KD and that chill vibe, stripped free of Bradley Beal, it's going to go back to him and where his hunger is going to take this team. And I want to see it. Mm-hmm. So that's where I land. So I'm going to dismiss the idea that giving Devin Booker that money was a mistake.
Well, you say they didn't need to do it? Yes, they did. If they wanted him to stay around and be happy and not have that be a big storyline,
it's a good point.
They had to give him that.
And going back to the soundbite that we played on the way in, the first call after your first-round pick at number 10 goes to Devin Booker. It shows you the importance he has. And it was reported widely that Devin Booker and Matt Ishbia addressed the team in Las Vegas about the direction. He's more than a basketball player for this franchise right now, whether you like it or not. And then I brought this up the week you were gone when I was doing the show with Tim Ring, because I know there was a lot of reaction to the Devin Booker extension while I was away on vacation the previous week. And people will just be like, oh, he's not worth that much money. Well, that's the formula that's in place based on who he is, what his contract was, what he's eligible for. Yeah, you can always say we're not giving it to you, but we also know that Devin Booker is incredibly central to what the Phoenix Suns want to do. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to remove yourself from the realities of NBA contracts and say, man, I can't believe somebody's making $75 million to play basketball, okay, I'll listen to you then. That's a yearly salary for a basketball player.
Well, I know.
Which, and I would be saying it's Devin Booker. It just happens to be Devin Booker, the first one to reach that threshold, although it doesn't kick in for a while. It's a lot of money. It's hard for people to grasp.
Yes, that's absolutely accurate. Here's the other thing, too. Even LeBron James has come out this week and denounced the end of the Big Three era. He said this, quote, I played in the era as well of the Big Three era, but it's looking now like the game is starting to shift again to how we can create the most depth, but also how can we create the most energy life? How can we have the most shelf life out on the floor to be able to sustain an injury or sustain a run throughout the course of the game where guys can come in and out and it's infectious all game long, end quote. I guess we learned that lesson a little late.
There's another piece out on ESPN.com today where they took the 14 teams that did not make the NBA playoffs and ranked them 1 to 14 on how close they are to winning a championship. I'll give you one guess on where they rank the Suns.
Well, look, since they've been described as the worst situation in the history of basketball, I'm going to say not good.
They ranked 14. And I was going to read an excerpt from you, but We use Microsoft Edge as our browser here.
Okay.
And Microsoft Edge and ESPN.com
don't get along?
They don't get along at all. Every time I pull up anything on that website, it crashes.
It crashes on you?
Yeah, their page isn't responding. Thanks, I know.
You need to come in here and use this computer because this is the computer that time forgot. They never update anything on it, so we still use old stuff here.
So you're using Chrome still?
Yeah, it's delightful.
Oh, it's cool to have a browser that works. San Antonio was number 1 on that list, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, well, you can
Dallas
see why.
was number 2. Dallas traded away a 25-year-old global superstar,
right. And
they're
number
still
2.
in the second best position to win a championship.
That's crazy.
Adam Silver. Do you think he'll speak at the championship parade?
Not if it's held during daylight.
Well, there you go. And listen, the off season now is in full swing in the NBA. Real curious what Luka's looking like. The early reports are that he's dropping weight, but you know,
it's all AI.
When that beer starts calling you,
I'm living proof. Coming up next, some final thoughts. Maybe a visit from a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I don't know.
Playing it by ear.
All right.
It's exciting, isn't it? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Space Aronians? Who are they going to be? Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Sports fans know all about game changers and how important they are, and all over the valley, that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with loose or missing teeth, with ill-fitting dentures, for people with dental issues, or for people who just hate their smile and don't like taking pictures. They are changing the game, giving people hope and dignity back. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. They are rated America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider. Each new smile at New Life Dental Implant Center is digitally designed, which means there's no human error, which means it's going to turn out absolutely perfect. It also means you're going to heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. The convenience, everything from lab work to surgery done in one location. And they vibe on being the most affordable option you are going to find. They want their implants available to everybody who needs them, even people of limited means with limited to zero insurance. They've got great flexible financing plans that makes it all possible. And New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new you, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch. So I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can. And you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck. Power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pawn, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
There you go. The inspiration for Dan Bickley's midlife crisis. Suicide Solution, Ozzy Osbourne sang that line. What, Jarrett? What are you cringing for?
I had a dark joke I wasn't going to make.
Okay.
Most people just
So
get
you
a
were
sports
cringing
car.
at yourself.
Yeah, my own self.
That's funny.
I was going
That's
to say,
pretty good.
it's cute you think you're at midlife right now.
Oh, you're funny.
He was when he started the band.
That's right. That's right.
How long have you been?
Yeah, since 2011.
Can you pay attention to the story, Jared?
Well, I'm saying as Whiskey's Quicker. And it's just been you and Guitar Joe have been the consistent members?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Been a lot of revolving parts.
Oh, there sure has been. There sure
Both
has
of the
been.
Garys.
Yep. Gary Sanchez before he went off and played for the Yankees. It's been quite a trip.
We're playing this song, which is maybe the most controversial heavy metal song in the history of heavy metal because of what it parental warning lyrics came from this song.
That's right.
This was at the heart. This was the heart of Tipper Gore's campaign.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought Two Live Crew was the one that had like. Do you remember that?
This was the genesis of it.
Yeah.
We're playing Two Live Crew as Song of the Day tomorrow.
Okay, stay tuned.
But we're playing the clean version.
Oh, yeah, there was one?
Yeah. Ozzy Osbourne passing away yesterday at the age of 76. I thought he was older.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah.
He was 54 when the Osbournes reality show started.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about myself, though.
Yeah, you look better than Ozzy.
What a bar. That's today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Mike Vrabel is the new head coach of the New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
He's setting a tone early in training camp. Not among his coaching staff, not among his players. But you better be on your game if you were going to ask questions as a member of the media to Mike Vrabel.
How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I could go back through it, but I'd rather not.
I like Mike Vrabel. That's a good hire for the Patriots.
You like that kind of behavior, though?
Listen, how often do I say something profound or you say something profound And then this yo-yo over there, 3 minutes later, will come out and say the same thing.
Okay, like, you
That's
do
how
that too,
profound it
Dan.
is.
Come on.
It seeps in, and it's unavoidable. I mean, we don't know what the guy was doing. Maybe he was messing around. Maybe he was doing something social.
Or he came in a little late
Maybe he
and
came
missed
in a
the
little
first.
bit late. That happens, too.
A lot of times reporters will do that, and they'll say, "Oh, I apologize if you've already answered this question." You know, they'll preface it with that.
So my response to that, the way he, if you want me to go over it again, I will. I'd rather not. Please do.
So, yeah, right. Apropos of nothing, I got a great tweet or something sent to me from our listener, Kaylin. He said, Bick, start, sit, or cut. Mustache, not a mustache. Start, sit, cut, or mock my world.
Oh,
that's easy. I could tell you. I could answer that for you. You would start, mock my world.
I would.
You would sit, mustache, not a mustache. And usually you don't like start, sit, cut. So I would say you would cut that.
I think you're wrong on these rankings.
Yeah, yeah. I actually, when the last few start, sit, cuts, I've actually been a big fan of.
Yeah.
All right, then.
And
so America's fastest growing facial hair related game show.
Yeah.
Might
Quiz
get
sensation.
cut. Yeah.
Well, the public demands it.
Can I pull the curtain back?
Sure, please do.
Jarrett doesn't even know this. Bick and I had this discussion in this studio just yesterday. That it might be time to tie mustache, not a mustache, to a tree. And put it out of its misery.
We're thinking of having one big tournament. You know what we were actually thinking? Of opening it up to listeners. So you can tell one of the listeners, I think you can get this.
I think we've hit every person on planet Earth that's ever had a mustache.
Ever had a mustache.
times, but
Gene Shalit, mustache.
Jarrett looks.
I still like it.
He looks shaken.
He does. Jared, I think I've gotten in his kitchen a little bit here. Wait.
Or we can't. I like this. I like the segments. I understand. I'm trying to think. Would a listener be it? Should we try to do it like Vinny Joe Trivia and have a guest?
I think that.
You know. Oh, speaking of that, we brought back Vinny Joe Trivia the week you were out.
I heard. Yeah.
I dominated.
Of course you do.
I think the listeners overall still enjoy mustache, not a mustache.
It's hard to come up with new segments too. We've tried. How many different ones have we tried on Wednesdays?
Coming up tomorrow, we're going to revive Connect 4.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
A fourth different iteration of it.
Did you see the video of Pete Crow Armstrong? There was a group of kids in Chicago. Cubs fans of the Cub.
The Cub.
They had a lemonade stand. They wanted to raise money so one of the kids could end up paying for hairstyling to get the blue stars in his hair like Pete Crow Armstrong had.
Right.
So he shows up and helps the cause.
Hey! He's gonna get stars in his head if we get enough money.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah.
I like what you guys are doing here.
You autograph?
Yeah, you want me to autograph something else?
I got a picture with you.
You just want the paper towel?
That's as good as it goes, guys.
That's really cool. I know a lot of the more miserable folks that respond to stuff like that on social media are like, why is it being filmed? It's all for him.
Mm-hmm.
So they could share it with the world. Sometimes social media can be okay.
Really?
It's just a cool story.
Mm-hmm.
I love seeing stuff like that.
Yeah,
We loved it when it happened in
I
Phoenix
agree.
with Cam and Mikkel. We loved it when it was Devin Booker helping the kids out and getting filmed. Pete Crow Armstrong seems just like a good dude.
He sure does.
That interview during the All-Star game when they asked him, do you ever just like pinch yourself? And he said, yeah, all the time. In the middle of the game, by the way.
Yeah, listen, I forgot to bring this up. I wanted to talk about that in-game interview with Randall Grichuk on Monday night.
I didn't see.
You didn't see that?
No.
Look, Steve Berthiaume is great and does a great job, but I'm like, you're talking to a right fielder for prolonged periods of time in a must-win game. Let him concentrate!
Unfortunately, we couldn't hook up with Gino Suarez. Thanks to Tyler.
Hope he shows up for the game.
Hey, you'll be there. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't argue, you can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about, like, oh, who's going to pitch these games? I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. Like, I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After a disappointing game last night where the D-backs lost 3-1 in Game 2 of their series against the Houston Astros, they will be back at it today, trying to avoid the sweep at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury return from the All-Star break tonight against Brittany Griner, and the Atlanta Dream tip-off is at 7. And Arizona Cardinals training camp is underway. For all of our coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from Chase Field for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It is Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf one more time. What's up, Mitch?
Are we going to get a win tonight with me in one more time, or am I just like the reason why the Diamondbacks are sliding right now?
You got in here on Monday, and they haven't won since.
Yeah, Wolf gets to come back tomorrow. He doesn't have to deal with a Diamondbacks game, so lucky him. Good for that. But then on Friday,
Wolf tomorrow's going to be a mess. The first day of training camp.
Wolf tomorrow. It might have more pads on than the actual players.
You will hear Wolf tomorrow, whether you're listening to our show or not. It's just wherever you are out there in the valley.
He's going to be on the west side. You're going to be able to hear him in, Gilbert.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to hear him in Queen Creek.
Mike Fitzgerald, assistant GM, is going to join us at 11:45. We have a short show today because the Diamondbacks are playing the Astros again. First pitch is 12:40.
Do they have to play the Astros again?
One more time. I think man. Yeah, let's just start. Let's just start with last night, Mitch.
Who is Bryce Matthews?
Well, I don't want to talk about him, so I can't answer your question. We were talking before the show. He has to go on the list of banned words now, right? I refuse to say.
Banned words, banned individuals in the city of Phoenix.
He will never be a guest on this show.
Is he up there with Patrick Beverly? Is he up there with Robert Ory? Like, is he up in that echelon right now? Bryce Matthews, guy who has 4 hits on the season. 3 of them are home runs.
4 hits in his career.
All of which came against the Diamondbacks. He's responsible for 7 of the Astros' 9 runs.
Yes, he's responsible for the Diamondbacks losing 2 games in a row. He would be – look, he's not on the level of the Robert Orys of the world because he's not, like, taking a team out of the playoffs.
He hasn't built up that affinity for hatred fully.
But he would be more on that side of things than the Patrick Beverly side of things, I would say. It's just like, dude, calm down. Like, your career's just starting.
I'll say this. If this is late 90s, early 2000s baseball, or maybe even like 80s baseball, there would be a scenario where Corbin Carroll is just decking Bryce Matthews as he's running past him over into second base.
Corbin Carroll sprints in from the outfield.
This would be like where Mark Grace would send that Sicilian message from the pregame booth when he's out there later today. Just like, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bryce Matthews is in for a little treat.
Back in my day, we threw at players. Now we just send the outfilders in to punch them as they round second base.
I'm just trying to think of things, man.
More subtle. It's got to be one of the 2 or 3 most frustrating losses of the season, does it not?
He doesn't, and even at the end of the day, Bryce Matthews feels like the least frustrating part about last night. I don't know where you stand with him.
The 9th inning was the most frustrating part of last night.
The 9th inning, not just on the offensive side, but on the pitching side of things.
The entire 9th inning. I hated all of it. The Astros scoring a run where Jose Altuve wasn't safe, and you could see in the Astros dugout afterwards I mean, there's like 3 of them. Altuve, one of them, all kind of laughing like, wow, they called me safe on that after the review.
Doing that cheeky-ass grin that they always do.
And then the Diamondbacks getting bases loaded and not putting 1 run in. Look, I mean, 1 run wouldn't have been enough. I get that. But
Clearly.
bases loaded, no outs, and they get no runs. And
they could have had a run.
Yeah, could have.
I mean, and let's – because I think that is a lot of people's frustrations after the game is done. Do we know whether or not Josh Naylor is going to be safe if he actually continues to go? No, we don't know that for certain.
Ooh,
but
I think you do. I think Houston was giving him the run.
Yeah, if you watch the video ad nauseum, which was what Mark Grace was emphasizing on the postgame show last night, he was emphasizing the fact that Houston was conceding that run.
I have it right here if you want.
Go ahead.
I'll just play it as Mark Grace.
First and second, nobody out. Man, this is fun. Now, here's the play. Base hit to center. They are conceding. Sean Larkin, he tells him to go. He tells him to stay. He tells him to go. Watch right here. Watch. Stop. Oh, go. Oh, no, stop. That just can't happen. That can't happen. You've got to be decisive one way or the other. You either have him stay, you have him go, but you can't do both. And that's what happened right there. And then a strikeout and a double play later, ball game. So right there, the Houston Astros were conceding that run right there. They were conceding it.
It's hard to argue with that when you watch it. I'll say this, Mitch. Larkin came under a lot of fire earlier this season because he was sending guys home.
He's come under fire like once a week.
Yeah,
almost.
It feels like it. But there was a stretch there earlier this season where he was sending guys home and they were getting thrown out at home.
Yeah.
And for anybody that missed it, it's 3-1 Astros, bottom of the 9th. There are runners on first and second when that hit happens. So worst case, if you don't send him, you just have bases loaded with no outs.
Mm-hmm.
You would assume you're going to get that run anyway. But so I understand the philosophy of like your mindset going when the ball comes off the bat, you're thinking, okay, I'm just going to hold him. There's no point in having him getting thrown out at home, and then we have an out and runners on first and second.
Right.
But as the play changes, and as you heard Mark Grace say right there, I know it's a bang-bang play. I'm not saying I could coach third base in the majors, but yeah, by benefit of replay, Houston was like, just go ahead and take the run.
I mean, let's think about it this way. If we were the third base coach, and something that I've recalled all my life, and look, I've not played baseball past middle school, so basically what do I know? But essentially the saying goes is you never want to make the first or third out at third base or home.
Yes.
That would have been the first out if Josh Naylor was called out. Josh Naylor is not the fastest runner on this team. He's a savvy base runner, but that doesn't mean that he's going to outrun a throw from center field by I think it was Dubon was in center field at that point. They were going through a ton of different changes throughout the night. But
the logic behind it makes sense initially.
But it's the go, no, now stop, now go, and then you hear Bert freaking out in the moment on the call because Jake McCarthy's like almost halfway between the two
McCarthy's
bags.
like, we're going. We're doing this.
Because he's fast enough to get to third base, clearly.
Yeah.
And look, if a run scores, we're not talking about this. If the Diamondbacks win the game, we're not talking about this.
And even if they send him and he scores and then things go exactly the same after that, they still lose 3-2. I get that. Now, there's another cut from Mark Grace, though, saying you can't just assume that Blaze Alexander is going to strike out and Jose Herrera is going to hit into a double play if Naylor scores.
That's the thing. You can't be indecisive as a third base coach right there. You have to either hold him or you send him. You can't do both, and unfortunately that happened right there, and that completely changed the entire bottom of the ninth right there, and unfortunately it's another heart-wrenching loss, a heart-wrenching late loss for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going back to your earlier point, Mitch, it's the whole ninth inning. It's Altuve scoring when it sure looked like he was out, and then the review saying, the review didn't say he was safe. The review just said they couldn't prove he was out.
Right.
Yeah. It was a pretty quick review, though. They did mention that on the broadcast. Like, if you can't find conclusive evidence, shouldn't you be looking for a while before you make that call? But either way, it's the fact that you go into the ninth, it's 2-1. Houston scores a run they probably shouldn't, and you leave a run on the board that you probably should have scored. It really probably should have been 2-2 after the ninth inning. But the bigger issue, to me, on top of all of that, those are just kind of like twisting the knife. You had bases loaded with no outs.
And you couldn't get one run home.
Anything.
And that was the encapsulation of the night, too, offensively. Their only run scored on a sacrifice bunt. And that was also the second scenario in which Jose Herrera is at the plate with plenty of runners to score. I mean, I think bases loaded both times, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely the one in the ninth inning. And you have to wonder, is the earlier moment when Blaze gets the first run home, is that the first opportunity to go to James McCann? Is that the first opportunity to present a different matchup? Because all due respect to Jose Herrera, because he's filling in admirably while the Diamondbacks' lead catcher is not here, he's hitting below 200.
He's not the hitter. He's not his hitting.
You don't want him up at the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out in a game you absolutely have to win.
Yeah.
Like, if we were all frustrated about the fact that, the timing and the circumstances are very unfortunate for Ketel Marte, but generally speaking, to Bick's point, you can't have your best player taking off at a moment as critical as this point in the season. It didn't matter because they won the games. This time it matters because everybody's here, and they're not winning the games.
Yeah, here's Lovello on if he considered pinch hitting for Herrera in the 7th inning.
Pinch hitting for Ozzy? No, I like Ozzy's at bat. He's got a solid, good quality at bat, and I felt like that wasn't part of my game plan at that point in time in the game.
It's labeled 7th inning. I'm assuming that's 9th inning though.
Well, there were the 2 opportunities that it could have been.
The bigger ones.
The one in the 9th inning, you have to think about the bench at that point too. And I think the only available bat left was Adrian Del Castillo. They had Brian King on the mound, who's a left-hander, and this is baseball in the year 2025. He hits from the left-hand side. We can't possibly throw him against a left-handed pitcher. And if that is the logical reasoning for them on that side of the ball, I don't know how defensible it is at this point. You need to win those games. I don't care.
Del Castillo
can hit a ton better than Jose Herrera, and he can play the position that he would be replacing.
And he seems to have a flair for those moments. I mean, I know he's had a very limited career up to this point, but how many big hits did he have at the end of games last year?
One of his first home run, I think, was a walk-off home run against the Phillies.
Yeah.
I think he's made for the moments.
Yeah, so frustrating across the board, obviously, last night, and it puts the Diamondbacks in a real tough spot. Last night, I would say, was almost more of a missed opportunity because you had teams in front of you that you need to catch losing, and so instead they just stay 5.5 back here, and obviously they have to have this game today. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club today as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros out here at Chase Field.
And Tony Perez-Chica, apparently.
Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Again, text half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620. All right, we come back. Cardinals camp really opens tomorrow. So when we get out there, what are the biggest position battles we're going to be watching for? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer with back to school already happening for so many families. Do you believe it? The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move, man. You don't want to move yourself. You want the moving team professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. Moving can be difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You want to trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the basin, whether it's local Basinonians, it's long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. You need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies? don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
We're back here at Chase Field. It's the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today. We're getting ready for the start of D-backs Astros Game 3 of this series, Mitch. But we're also getting ready for the start of training camp out in Glendale tomorrow.
Ooh, baby.
Typically at this time of year, there's like a million different position battles you're looking at.
Yes.
There are still position battles, don't get me wrong. But I feel like there is more, I don't want to say set in stone, but there's like more in place already this year with this Cardinals team.
Well, let's think through the obvious ones. Quarterback's figured out. Running back's figured out. You know who the top 2 receivers are. You know who your tight end is. You know 4 of your 5 offensive linemen. Obviously, one of that we'll talk into deeper. I think they've got a pretty good idea of the front 4, at least maybe 3 of them, not 4 of them. But then you go through the rest of the defense, and you're like, okay, maybe it's this guy, maybe it's this guy, maybe it's this guy. And then Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson, they're pretty entrenched as well. So it's like the offense is figured out, and the defense has all the questions, at least from a glance.
But the defense has questions in a good way.
Yes.
For the most part. I mean, there have been years past.
And special teams is good. Let's not forget about special teams.
Are you going to talk about your boy?
Joey Blunt.
Are you going to talk about Joey Blunt again?
The special teams ace.
Mitch talks special teams more than Wolf when he's on here.
It's just been yesterday and today.
Transactional technician, I believe is what he
Chad
is.
Ryland, first year as full-time kicker.
Yeah.
No more Matt Prater.
Chad Ryland was pretty reliable last year. Reliable Ryland.
Pretty good.
No, but in years past, the questions have been like, okay, do we have a guy to play this position at the NFL level? And now it's like, which of these guys that we have that can play this position at the NFL level gives us the best chance to win? Who gives us the best chance if they're starting? Who gives us the best chance if they're playing more snaps? Is there a position on this team? Okay, so what? It's probably right guard and inside linebacker opposite Mac Wilson.
I mean, there's some discussions around the cornerback room, too, just in terms of who's going to get the most snaps. Because, like, you and I would agree that Sean Murphy-Bunting, would he been available to play this season, probably would get the majority of them, at least at the beginning.
I think to start, but I think...
And then as the year goes on, who knows? He's kind of got to earn it. But, yeah, I think the notable ones, to your point, who's playing alongside Mac Wilson if they're playing 3-4 in particular. If they do 4-3, then it doesn't matter. And then who's going to be on the right guard spot in between Yelda Froholt and Jonah Williams, assuming Jonah Williams will be good to go for the start of the season. I think he came on late at the end of the year when he was done with the injury, but he had a couple of injuries throughout last year, so there's questions there too, just in terms of his health, but right guard in particular, yes.
Well, okay, let's start with right guard then. And Isaiah Adams last week, he was asked if he thinks that job is his to lose.
I just say just take it one day at a time, continue to, build trust among the guys, give Kyler some confidence. Same with James, same with, the whole offense. I think it's just kind of just trying to give them, the feeling that Isaiah's here, and I can trust Isaiah. Jonah, Yelda, both those guys, I want them to know that, they can count on me.
And then Hayden Connor, back in May, was asked about the possibility of a starting job.
Yeah, all I'm trying to do is just be a sponge right now. I'm seriously trying to take as much information as I can from the vets and the older guys as I humanly can. But yeah, I mean, if an opportunity arises, I'm going to be ready for it. But man, I'm just excited to be here and being able to learn from so many great vets in our room.
Do you have a definitive feeling one way or the other on one particular individual to take this spot right now? Or do you think this is one of those positions where this has to be played out in camp and through preseason?
Well, I think it is a position, right guard, that does play out through camp. But I just judging again on how active they were this offseason and how inactive they were on the offensive line, and how it's Isaiah Adams going into year 2, and they took him with a fairly high pick last year. It was one of their
top 100, one of their thirds.
Yeah. And we've seen from this this regime that they certainly value the players they get there. I think internally they expect Isaiah Adams to get it, and I think their actions this offseason reinforce that.
Which is why I think they're going to go in that direction to start. I mean, that's ESPN, when they do their depth chart, they usually have a pretty good gauge in terms of who's going to be the primary starters. And right now they have Isaiah Adams listed as the starting right guard. And I get it. There's a difference between playing on the left side of the line and the right side of the line. Like we have the famous Justin Pugh quote from a few years ago where he just talks about now try practicing wiping with your other hand, and just that's kind of what it's like. But I would imagine the flexibility that a Hayden Connor or a Royce Newman or, heck, even a John Gaines could offer, those are guys that are going to be competing for the ability to start on a spot on the line, because I think we would all agree the other 4 are pretty entrenched, and I don't think anybody's going to be commanding those spots throughout camp.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of crazy if Hayden Connor came in here and started right away. I know Wolf is high on his upside, and he likes some of the things he does a lot, and this team doesn't throw away picks anymore. They didn't draft Hayden Connor because it was the 6th round. They're like, oh, we got to make another pick. That guy, he looks big. They obviously had a reason for taking him, but if he's starting right out of the gate, that would mean either he's amazing and one of the best steals in recent memory of the draft, or somebody else either failed to live up to expectations or got hurt. So I'm assuming you just have Evan Brown and Isaiah Adams as your guards to start the season.
I mean, if they wanted to throw away late-round picks, they would take guys from the U of A.
Wow,
that was
just rude. Just stepping in, firing shots.
Look, it's our turn now.
Hey,
ASU just won the Big 12. It's our turn.
I didn't say you were wrong. I wasn't saying you shouldn't do those sort of things. Now you're flashing the pitchfork at random cameras.
Sammy's taking pictures. I want to look good for the picks.
Maybe she was taking pictures up above us. You don't know that was of us. It could have been that sign, right?
I don't know.
It's a nice sign.
You've been taking pictures up there too? Oh, yeah, she has been. Okay.
I'm just looking at the stadium. Here's Cody Simon. He talked about rookies that were taken outside the first couple rounds that maybe could end up playing a big role for this team. He was on Burns and Gambo in May, and he was asked if he thinks he can compete for a starting job right out of the gate.
I mean, I always believe that. I always believe that in my ability, and I think obviously rookies have to go their path, but there's never. They don't take you if they don't think you can contribute now. And, my biggest goal is to contribute as early as possible and help the team the best I can.
That one's interesting to me, Mitch, because I do think they drafted him with the intention of him starting at some point, whether it's I guess it could be week 1 or week 7 or week 18 or week 1 of next year. But
it just depends on how they line things up.
Yeah.
Like, I would primarily want him in the middle, and I would want him working with Mack Wilson as much as possible. So that would mean a lot of 3-4 opportunities. But I also don't really want this defense to be in 3-4 a whole lot, because they expended on Josh Sweat and they expended on really strong defensive tackles. And I would think that you would want more on the front than you would want on the behind in that front 7, so you would want 4 on your line and 3 from behind. But I do think that doesn't mean Cody Simon isn't worthy of those opportunities. If you put, say it's Mack Wilson Sr., you put Cody Simon, and then you have Akeem Davis-Gaither, or you rotate him with Baron Browning. Like, there's some really good options that they could run through with this linebacking core in particular.
And Cody Simon, fourth-round pick, 115th overall, defensive MVP of the national championship game?
Had the block O of the country's best defense. Yeah.
So that is, again, another player. And I would say that's just my perception. I feel like they took Hayden Connor to see what they could get there in the 6th round. And they have a pretty good track record already of taking guys late in these drafts that can make an impact. I'm assuming is more of a depth guy, whereas with Cody Simon, I know he's a 4th rounder. It's not like they took him in the 1st round. But there just seems to be this sense, and again, I'm reading somewhat into their actions, to not bring back Kaiser White and not go out and get some big name at that position. We'll see what Akeem Davis-Gaither can do. He did produce a lot more towards the end of last season for Cincinnati. So maybe he's a guy like Mack Wilson, where you got him from his old team right as he was starting to break out. Hopefully that's the case.
I mean, he got those opportunities after Logan Wilson went down, and we know the Bengals defense was not one of the best last year, and it didn't necessarily get better this offseason.
Well, they're not signing any of their players.
It doesn't look like it's going to get much better this year either.
Well, at least they took Shamar Stewart in the 1st round. Oh. Well, they have Trey Hendricks. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, so when we come back out here at Chase Field, we'll get back to baseball. Was that 9th inning the Diamondbacks' last stand this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals training camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Seller must agree on price and possession.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost a heartbreaker 3-1 yesterday in Game 2 of their series against the Houston Astros. The D-backs will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury return from the All-Star break tonight against Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Tip-off is at 7. An Arizona Cardinals training camp is underway. For all of our coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Weight loss, hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
The world is a vampire sent to drain secret destroyers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Game 3 against the Astros. What will the Diamondbacks do? What will they look like tomorrow? We'll discuss our baseball team and the impending trade deadline. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
You remember what the title of this album is called, Luke?
No, but I'm picking up the drum beat at least with this highlighter. Right
Yes,
now.
you are. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness.
That's a very uplifting title.
Well,
just makes you feel good about things. The Infinite Sadness. Like, you hear melancholy, you're like, oh, that's kind of a downer.
Yeah.
Infinite Sadness is like, it ain't getting better either.
It's definitely not getting better.
Punch it! You really are embracing your inner wolf with some of these rejoins.
I've got an hour and a half left to embrace my inner wolf.
Your run as Wolf is going to end with an interview with Mike Fitzgerald today at 11:40.
How does he talk to Mike Fitzgerald? Does he call him Fitzy? Does he call him? Okay.
He does call him Fitzy. I don't know that I would recommend you doing that.
No.
Actually,
It'll be my first time meeting
Go ahead
him.
and try it, because I would like to sit here and watch.
I want to do something to like lighten up the mood, because I wonder how they're feeling after last night. Because if we're feeling this way, I can only imagine how they're feeling.
I can tell you this, and I think this is pretty obvious to most fans of this team. But this front office, like, lives in, like, they want to win. You know what I mean? Like, you have some
They watch
teams,
this team every day.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've had Mike Fitzgerald on after a loss yet this season. We always seem to have him on.
He's
after
usually
wins.
our good luck charm, right?
Yeah, so he's but I mean, this is about as competitive as they get. So that'll be at 11:45 today, and obviously we have a lot of not real happy questions we're going to have to ask at 11:45 too.
No.
This is Torey Lovello. You specifically wanted me to play this cut.
I believe it was his opening statement from last
I'll play
night.
his opening cut from last night after the loss to the Astros.
We're fighting for our lives out there, and I was proud of the way we continued to battle all the way through that last out of the game. You know, it was a hard hit ball, and they turned a terrific double play. They're a pitching and defensive type of team, especially right now with a lot of their key players out. And then they have a young player that we're making mistakes to that continues to score up the baseball, and he's made a couple really big swings that have made the difference in this game. So that's the beauty of this game, and he's doing his job, and we got to figure out a way to get him out in some crucial situations, and we haven't solved that part of the riddle yet. But I just want to focus on the fight and the determination that this team has. They are going out there despite giving up some late leads and building an inning, and I thought we had a lot going on right there.
Feels like the fight's over. At least that's how I feel.
Do you feel that way specifically after last night, or have you felt that way for a while?
I was waiting for the definitive moment of the season and the game of the season to essentially make me feel comfortable in putting up the proverbial for sale sign. I think last night was that. Like, even if they rip off 7 straight wins before the deadline, is that supposed to make us feel better about everything that we've seen from this baseball team this year? It just doesn't.
I'm just trying to imagine 7 straight wins. I mean, that would help. If you're putting that on the table, I will take it, and I'd like to see where that puts things.
I think a lot of us would take 7 straight
Then I'm
wins.
thinking about the guy on this show, not me, who predicted swept by the Astros, sweeps the Pirates, gets swept by the Tigers.
Well, it's funny I say that
was
because
you.
the Pirates are about to sweep the Tigers, which are the 2 teams that you're facing next, and the Tigers are the best team in baseball, and they're about to get swept by the Pirates.
The part of that last night, I mean, there was a lot of parts of it that were tough. You did waste a pretty great Erod performance. That's
When we
kinda
needed
lost in
one.
the shuffle, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know that anybody's really looking for silver lining or moral victories at this point. They have to win. But your starting pitching the last time through the rotation has been very good, except Gallen struggled, but the other 4 guys have all been very good. Obviously, 3 of those led to wins and a sweep over the Cardinals coming out of the All-Star break. Last night felt like a game you should win. You know, the night before, whatever, you're going to lose some games. Is it weird that Bryce Matthews is the guy beating you on Monday? Yeah, it's kind of weird, but
Very.
whatever. But that is baseball. But then for him to do it again last night, it's like, all right, is this baseball anymore?
And then for him to go down to a couple of knees to defend the ball that led to the game-ending double play, too. Like,
Yeah,
you've got to be kidding
He
me.
also made a really good play covering first, too, earlier in the game, where I just remember watching it being like, what is this guy's problem?
I can't wait to see what he does today. Is the lineup out yet?
I don't see the Diamondbacks yet. I did have the Astros. I'll pull that back up here. I'll pull it up during the break or whatever.
The greater argument here is that I think
maybe
that they're
they'll
done.
bench him.
I think tonight was last night was the white flag of the season. I think the for sale sign is up. There's a week left until the trade deadline, and I think it would be. I'm not going to go aggressive the way I would say it, but I just hope that the Diamondbacks are fielding and making and connecting all sorts of possible calls and trade ideas that they could possibly can right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said this on Monday. It obviously has a much different meaning right now as we sit here on Wednesday. But even if you were going to sell, it really helps to win games. It helped to sweep St. Louis. It would have helped to have kept winning this series. I know there were some fans that were like, if they keep winning, they're going to keep all their players, and it's not going to be good enough, and they're going to be stuck in the middle. Maybe. That's so many ifs down the line, though. But right now, you need the wins either to close the gap. San Diego lost last night.
Yep.
Or to give yourself all the leverage you possibly can. If teams called on Monday and were like, yeah, we're going to offer you a package of minor leaguers that aren't really our top guys for Gino, it's so much easier to hang up on Monday and be like, get lost. We just won 3 in a row. We've won 4 in a row at that point.
Yep.
We just swept St. Louis, and there's a million teams calling on Gino. Get lost. But now you can't. It's getting harder and harder to argue back of, well, we just might not trade. We might just stand pat where we are and just stick with what we have. Because every other team can see where you are in the standings right now.
But they still have the 4 most valuable, maybe 4 of the most 15 valuable assets available at the deadline, and they have the most valuable one. So this is where they need to start creating the market.
Well, now you're counting on a bidding war, though, instead of just of having your own leverage.
Okay, but they should, because there's already been a bidding war, has there not?
Bidding war for Gino. Is there a bidding war for Josh Naylor?
Well, maybe you only need a bidding war for Gino. Maybe you only need a bidding war for Zach Gallen. And maybe that's all you need to do. They don't need to necessarily shirk the entire roster. I would still like them to be competitive next year, even though things are already against them on the pitching side of things. But they still have a core of guys that are going to be a part of this team next year and for years beyond.
All right.
You cannot just completely shirk this roster, but this year is not the year. You need to capitalize where you can.
So trade Gino, bring him back in the offseason.
Try to.
Trade Gallen, re-sign Merrill, and re-sign Josh Naylor. Is that what you're saying?
That's ideal. That's like the perfect scenario is you trade away guys, you get pieces for next year, and then you're able to re-sign at least one of those two.
This is what's difficult for me with this team, and I want to know if you're feeling the same way, Mitch. It's almost inevitable if you're a sports fan in this city that you're getting some vibes of what just happened with the Suns this past season, right? It's not apples to apples, but there were expectations for the Suns, and
this team tries for what it's worth.
That's what I was going to say. Like, my expectations for the Diamondbacks were and still are higher than they were for the Suns. Although I expected the Suns to be a playoff team, maybe win a series, but the Diamondbacks, I didn't think there was a ceiling to what they were capable of this season. So when the Suns start selling off all their pieces in the offseason, it wasn't working. Like, you had to do it. Even as much as for the longest time I didn't want to just trade Kevin Durant, it wasn't working. I still think this combination could have worked this season if they stayed healthy and if Zach Gallen looked like Zach Gallen. So I get it. It's not working right now. You're back to 2 games below 500. You now need a 6-game winning streak before the trade deadline, 6 or 7. You have to do that, basically. You basically have to win 6 of your next 7 games before the deadline to really stick around in this.
And how realistic is that for a team that we've watched all year play 500 or worse?
I don't know. I mean, it's
here's the other thing. As much as
realistic, it's possible. Likely, I don't know.
Here's the other thing. As much as I would love to point to injuries as a big reason as to why this season has been as much of a struggle as it's been, have you seen the team that they're playing right now?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Astros
Houston
are down 17 players on their injured list currently. They're missing 5 of their opening day starters in their lineup now.
They're playing the one team that you're not going to get any sympathy for the injuries. Not like the Diamondbacks have been looking for sympathy with the injuries. Every time we talk to Mike Hazen or Mike Fitzgerald or Amiel Sadeh, they're always, anytime injuries come up, they're like, it's not an excuse. But, yeah, I mean, the Astros they're doing just fine.
17 games above 500, and they are 17 men down. That's absurd.
We are 41 minutes into a show where the Diamondbacks are going to play the Astros, and you haven't made one trash can joke. I mean, you've got time.
Here's the problem. I haven't been able. You already know this. I was trying to find a trash can to spit out my gum before the show, and it's been a real struggle to find. Yeah. I wonder if the Astros all took them. That might be the reason.
That would have been a good line. You should have used
Probably.
that. Now it's too late. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club today as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Half to 620-620.
Bryce Matthews is hitting 5th today, for what it's worth.
I was hoping if I didn't mention it on the air, maybe they would give him a day off. All right, when we come back, how far can the Arizona Cardinals go if Trey McBride is their top receiver again this year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We like to say, I am Santan Ford. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovik, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down. Yeah, I'm talking about 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and 0 down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your hassle-free sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy and we want to make vehicle purchase and service as quick and painless as possible. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, anytime you buy 3 tires, you get a 4th for just $1.
And for 4th of July savings all month long, lease a 2025 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, welcome back to the show. We are out here at Chase Field today. It is Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf. D-backs assistant GM Mike Fitzgerald's going to join us in about an hour, a little bit less than an hour. We got a short show today, so we're going right up till noon. Then D-backs coverage of the actual game starts at noon because they start at 12:40. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the D-backs. That'll be an interesting storyline in and of itself, Mitch, to see if he continues his progress that he has, his very clear progress he has shown over the last 2 starts.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
Now, I don't mean
good to play that again.
I don't mean to inject what the other shows do onto this show, but given that I spend a majority of my time with Burns and Gambo, can we also get a Pfaadt rockin' performance tonight too?
I heard you guys a couple weeks ago, like, man, this isn't even fun anymore with Pfaadt Rock. Like because he was really struggling, but now he's back on.
Yeah, we had to look into like sad Pfaadt or yacht rock song.
Yeah.
For those that don't understand the gimmick, it's yacht rock, but we call it Pfaadt rock because Pfaadt and yacht rhyme.
I heard you as I was driving home. You were looking for the saddest title to a yacht rock.
And
song.
Gambo, we think, found it, but it's like Man, this is not fun at all.
So it's better that he's just pitching better.
We want Kenny Loggins. We want Christopher Cross. Toto. Like, come on, give us the good stuff.
But football is really getting going tomorrow. Cardinals training camp and the top 100 list that NFL.com is putting out this year. So normally they would release them. What was it? It was 10 a night for the longest time. That's how they would do it, right?
Oh, it was probably done by now.
Yeah, this year they're doing one name every 4.5 weeks, and that's it. And they're going to.
And then by the end of the week, when we get to the Super Bowl, that's when they'll reveal who the number one player
reveal
is.
the number one player as the season ends. Trey McBride has clocked in though at number 65.
We kind of expected him to be in the top 100 this year. Now I'm curious how many tight ends are ahead of him.
Oh,
right?
See, that's where your thought went. My thought was, are there any other Cardinals on the list?
No, I think that's the cap. If I had to guess, because Wolf and I talked about who could be on the top 100 list, because when they were teasing that the top 100 list was coming out, you were gone that day. I was in with Wolf.
I was getting ready for the top 100 list. It's a moment for me.
It's a multi-month process.
Yeah.
We were going through the names of Cardinals that we could have anticipated to be on the list. And the four we came to in terms of most realistic shot, Budda Baker, Trey McBride.
Yep.
We had Josh Sweat.
Oh, Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat was on there.
And Wolf's was Paris Johnson Jr.
Huh, no
was
Connor.
the last one that he
Not
submitted.
Even Connor is a possibility, huh?
And now we have enough of this list to know that if Trey McBride's coming in at 65, that's probably the highest anybody's going to get. That's at least my reaction to it.
The other thing they've done this year is made it impossible to just look at a comprehensive list. You have to click on like 19 different things. So
be sure you search the hashtag NFL100.
Yeah, let me open up 74 windows to see who from the Cardinals has been on there already. Josh
Sweat at 95, and now Trey McBride at 65.
So I still think Budda.
So it's like you have to ask yourself, though, is Budda going to be ranked higher than Trey McBride?
Budda will be higher. Players voting on this list. There was that list. I think it was it Pete Prisco had his top 100 players. He released them all at once, which I appreciate.
Thank you, Pete.
But he didn't have Budda Baker on the list, which I didn't appreciate.
What the heck, Pete?
But if
for Pete's sake,
I see what you did there. If you're talking about a list voted on by players, they're not the ones who decided that one name gets released every 4.5 weeks. But Budda Baker, I guarantee you, will be on this list.
But that's just it. It's like there's a part of the back of my mind that's wondering, okay, Budda doesn't get a lot of sexy stats.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of tackles.
Players know.
And a lot of tackles for loss. And players love Budda. Budda's been on this list like every year.
Definitely.
It's like without fail. But that's my concern is where is he going to be on this list? If Trey McBride, who I think is the Cardinals' best player, but that's my opinion, where is Budda going to land that's ahead of Trey McBride? And how much further ahead of Trey McBride?
All right, let's pick numbers right now. I don't know where he was last year, so we're doing this totally just off the cuff. I'm going to say Budda Baker will be 47th on the list.
I'll say 61. So not that far away from Trey.
So that's only 4 more.
That's what I mean. It's like I don't know how much.
We'll find that out on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. We'll find out in week 13.
He was 89th last year, 73rd in 2023.
Okay.
See, that's another
won't be
contextual
47.
point
He's
that I think of. He's going down.
Yeah,
and he's not getting the sexy stats like I mentioned earlier, like sacks and interceptions and forced fumbles, all that stuff.
You could argue last year was one of his better years, though, too. He kind of got re-unlocked in this defense. If 47 might be a little high then if he was 89 last year.
That's just it. It's like,
he needs
to
be on
higher?
the list, though.
And then also, is there any other Cardinal that's going to make it if Trey McBride's already at 65?
I think the only one that has a chance if McBride's already there at 65 is Budda. Now, your other question's interesting. How many tight ends will be ahead of Trey McBride on the list? Because how many tight ends, if you were drafting your team, if the NFL had to redraft every player right now going into this season and going forward, where would Trey McBride come off the board among tight ends? He's got to be. Okay.
Well, we talked about it yesterday, right? How he's more of a fantasy darling, and that helps him a ton.
But he's also, he's made himself into a pretty good blocker too.
But he just doesn't get a ton of the. To go back to the point I made about Budda, he doesn't get a ton of the sexy stats. He'll get catches and yards, but he doesn't have a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah. But you'd still take him over every tight end except.
Okay, so I would say like Brock Bowers.
You'd have that conversation
far and away,
but he's not the blocker.
He's not the blocker, but he's probably getting a lot more of the attention.
Okay, so Bowers.
I would imagine Brock Bowers is ahead of Trey McBride on this list. I would guess just because of consistency's sake, Travis Kelce is going to find himself ahead of McBride on this list.
George Kittle. Okay.
And that might be it.
He shouldn't be any lower
Like
than
Sam Laporta didn't have a great season this past year. He had a darling freshman campaign. But beyond that, it's like when you're thinking of the best tight ends, we all think Trey McBride is one of the top 5.
But if you were building a team going forward, where would he be on your list of tight ends? Not a fantasy team, like an actual NFL team. Because I think
with who the player is right now, knowing everything I know about said player.
Assuming what he can. I mean, you're not going to take Kelsey over him if you're building a team for the future.
That's what I mean.
So
like, I would almost rather take Bowers.
Yeah, okay. So
because, like, with McBride, I feel like you can teach blocking a lot easier than you can teach the offensive skill set that Bowers provides.
So you'd have McBride probably top 3 in that case.
I would say top 3.
Okay. Here is Darren Urban on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday. They asked him about what the next step for Trey McBride looks like.
I don't know if I would say another level. He's at a pretty high level right now, Vince. I would think if there is improvement there on the receiving part of Trey McBride's game, I think it could come in the way of what we talked about last year, is Marvin Harrison's game jumps to a spot where defenses are just in deep doo-doo, I guess. When you're trying to cover both those guys, and if they're worried too much about Marvin, then maybe Trey gets off even more. But I don't know. Trey McBride was playing at a really high level. Asking him to be more in the receiving game. I mean, obviously you want more touchdowns, but to me, touchdowns a lot of times for pass catchers are a matter of circumstance more than talent.
It is, though, that last thing he said, the stat that it just doesn't add up. Trey McBride, career receiving touchdowns. Okay, so he's played 3 seasons in the NFL. His first year was that last year of the previous regime where everything was just a mess, and it wasn't a mess.
He was playing
the whole
behind
time.
Zach Ertz too.
Yeah, but that year was a mess. That's a tough rookie year to step in when your head coach is about to get fired, and your GM's about to get let go, and all these different things are going on.
Yes,
but 2023. He had a breakout year. He had 825 receiving yards that year with Kyler only there for half the season. And then last year, 1,146 receiving yards. Do you know off the top of your head how many career receiving touchdowns Trey McBride has? 6. 2 last year. So that is the one area where you're talking about where the stats can go up. Are we asking him to have more than 111 catches and 1,146 yards? That would be kind of insane.
No, let's just ask for everything that we possibly can.
Okay, well then I want like 6 touchdowns this year.
I think 6 is fair.
Yeah.
Can you also get Marvin Harrison Jr. to 1,000 receiving yards while also trying to get Trey McBride to 6 touchdowns and a good like 850?
They should play off each other.
They should.
Really.
Like maybe both of them, and this is probably just insane statistics, but I saw, I think it was Ian Hartitz shared a Football Reference post of Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald when they both had over 100 reception seasons, over 1,000 yards each, and both got just close to double-digit touchdowns. And then Darren Urban, our good buddy with azcardinals.com, quote tweeted in and said, "Amazing that this team won 5 wins." So can you get the statistics while also getting the success?
I think if you get the statistics in this case with the defense they have, you will get success as a team. If you think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last. There are not a lot of these. So text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings because it's that time of year. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, which team can make the best offer for Eugenio Suarez if it does come to that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost a heartbreaker 3-1 yesterday in Game 2 of their series against the Houston Astros. The D-backs will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon at 12:40, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury returned from the All-Star break tonight against Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And Arizona Cardinals training camp is underway. For all of our coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Eduardo Rodriguez pitches great against the Astros before the D-backs' late collapse. 2 Suns blockbusters made ESPN's ranking of the worst roster mistakes since 2020. And Cardinals camp questions which players are poised for standout performances. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, and it's only a 2-hour show today because we got D-backs Astros warming up on this field in front of us. We're out here at Chase Field. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday, an Arizona Sports Half Day Club Wednesday. In fact, it's the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club of the year, I believe. All right, Mitch, the conversation that I really don't want to have, but I guess we need to have because we are 8 days away from the trade deadline, is who would be the best potential landing spot for Gino if the Diamondbacks have to go down that path?
So let's talk through who are the teams that get talked about the most, right? The Yankees, the Cubs, the Mariners,
the Blue Jays.
The new one as of late is the Brewers as well.
Brewers,
okay, so
for sure.
Those 5 teams. I want to focus on 2 in particular. The one that gets talked about the most is definitely the Yankees. And I know I was listening around because I know Jeff Passan does a weekly hit with our sister station in Seattle. And I was just checking in to see what they had to say because Seattle is one of the teams that's highly connected to Gino, also connected to Josh Naylor. And even at the end, Brock asked about Merrill Kelly because it looks like the Mariners could use some help with their own pitching problems. It sounds like the Yankees are the ones that are going to be the most aggressive. That doesn't surprise me, just in terms of the history of New York Yankees baseball and what they try to do to make sure that they can win the title. And think about how close they were last year with the team that they had.
Yeah.
And they're just as good this year. I wouldn't necessarily say they're better. They're without their best pitcher this year. But third base has been a glaring black hole for them. And just how great would it be for them from their perspective to add a guy who has the 3rd most home runs across all of baseball this season?
Yeah, look, that would be a typical Yankees move. We were looking at the home run totals yesterday, and the Yankees are right up there at the top. Milwaukee is nowhere near the top. Milwaukee, going into last night's game, was one of 9 teams that didn't even have triple-digit home runs as a team yet this season. So if you just look at it that way, Milwaukee would make a lot more sense. Like, how many home runs do you really need as a team? But it is the Yankees. They were really close last year, and all those home runs you've hit up to this point don't do anything for you in October. So, yeah, it would not be out of character. In fact, it would be very in character for them to go out there and get Gino, and they are the sort of team that you think might be willing to overpay in terms of prospects or, younger major league players because they have more pressure to win than any of these other teams we're talking about.
You just have to hope that it's a correct overpay, and what I mean by that is we talked yesterday about how quantity is not necessarily better than quality.
Yeah.
And the Yankees prospects that are available to them, the ones that are really good, they're hitters. And the one that myself, this is my opinion, I would love if they were able to get Spencer Jones back in any sort of trade.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like the Yankees are really bullish on the idea of parting with Spencer Jones, who is tearing it up for Scranton Wilkes-Barre right now. And then the next most popular talked about name is Cam S.
Johnson?
No, unfortunately.
You said it that we were Cam.
Cam Johnson just got traded already.
It's okay, Mitch. Schlittler. There you go. You can say it without saying a bad word. It's okay.
It's not that I'm worried about. Okay, that is what I'm worried about.
So you can say that word on the show. The only words that are banned on the show are hashtag the timeline.
Okay.
Alignment.
Okay.
Bryce Matthews.
And
Those
Bradley
are the only
Beal.
words.
Well, we can ban that with ease. We just won't talk about
Wolf's
it
going to come back and be like, wait, why am I not allowed to say any of these words? But the last time Wolf did a show, did any of us even really know who Bryce Matthews was? I had heard the name before.
They didn't.
I heard the name. That was it.
We only know from the perspective of he hit 3 home runs. 2 of them came off against Gallen, and then the one last night was a metaphorical nail in the coffin, it seems.
Look, he's over there right now trying to do it again.
Anyway,
metaphorically speaking, of course.
What I'm trying to get at here is that what the return is going to be for the best available hitter in baseball by a large margin, and what the teams would be willing to offer for 2 months of their services.
Oh, yeah, we should probably play some of these cuts.
That's probably the scale that's being weighed here.
So here, you were talking about Jeff Passan being on with Brock and Sock on our sister station, Seattle Sports, yesterday, and he mentioned that the Yankees need Gino more than Seattle does.
I think the New York Yankees probably need Eugenio Suarez more than the Mariners do. Now, the Yankees do not have the farm system that the Mariners do, and the Yankees have a need for starting pitching in the big leagues right now, where a guy like Cam Schlittler, who 6'8", up to 99, absolute monster. They probably in other years might be more willing to move him for someone like Suarez, but now the Diamondbacks are going to be looking for pitching, so that puts who in play? Is Logan Evans in play? Like, is that something, I'll ask you guys, is that something that you'd be willing to do for someone in Suarez who's a rental? Maybe not one for one, but if it were Suarez and Naylor, would you be willing to put Logan Evans in that deal? Or are you looking more to go from the position prospect depth that you have?
See, he brings up an interesting situation there, where if you packaged if you're really going to move these guys, that's the obviously the disclaimer to this whole conversation. Would you package two of them together for one really good prospect instead of just a bunch of names? I would rather have a guy who's closer to a can't-miss prospect or a major leaguer already than just some guys at Double-A.
Can they make their reverse version of the Dalton Varsho trade, where they trade the piece that is more tantalizing and more valuable to the Blue Jays, but then what the Diamondbacks do is they get a clear need of a catcher that we hope is going to be entrenched here for the long run, and an outfielder because they needed a corner outfielder and he was on an expiring deal. Can they make a deal like that to be able to get the example he gives is Logan Evans, 24 years old, right-hander who's had minimal time at the major league level, but has not pitched terribly, has actually pitched rather well. Another guy that I like if they're going to throw position players in there or if we're going to do some packages together, Tyler Locklear is a right-handed hitting first baseman. I think he's in their top 10 of their prospects. But then the real fun prize, and this is years down the road, but Herangelo Cinci. But there's no way the Mariners would give up their ambidextrous 90-plus mile-an-hour throwing pitcher.
God, what is the – okay, now I have to say this without saying the word timeline, but, like, what is the window we're working here with the Diamondbacks?
I still think it's, like, turn and hope that you're competitive again next year.
You should be competitive again next year. You should get Corbin Burns back at some point next year. You should get Justin Martinez back at some point next year. You should have been a legit contender this year. So, I don't necessarily want guys that are going to help the 2028 Diamondbacks. I want guys that are going to help the 2026 Diamondbacks.
And I think Mike and company are in the exact same boat. That's probably why everything that we're hearing is that they're looking for pitchers that can help them either now or as soon as next year.
Yeah.
Because, again, pitching is not going to be available to them immediately next year in the form of no Corbin Burns, no Justin Martinez, no A.J. Puck. That's two back-end relievers that have seen a lot of high leverage innings, and your ace of the staff.
Shelby Miller also isn't signed for next year either.
He's not. He could be a fun little trade chip, but that's the way Gambo phrased it is you'd be looking for a lottery ticket to hope to cash in.
Yeah, well, and I would almost just rather have him back if he's going to pitch this way here, but I'm just saying he is not signed, so there's no guarantee he's necessarily back next year either. Real quick, one more from Jeff Passan talking about what the Mariners need more than just a third baseman.
I think the biggest issue is going to be that as much as the Mariners could use a third baseman, they also could use a first baseman, right? And they also could use a little bit of bullpen help.
See, well, get lost in the bullpen help. Get in line. But that's everything I had heard from people that I know up in Seattle was that they were looking at Naylor. And they're looking at Gino, obviously, because they know him and he's a former Mariner, but that Naylor's the guy that they're interested in.
I mean, what if the package is you get 2 months of Suarez, you get 2 months of Naylor, and they also throw in one of Beeks or Shelby Miller? Let's pretend we recreate the Yankees package that we talked about earlier in the week, but we make it better. Instead, it's Logan Evans right? Like, Logan Evans would be a good start. Emerson Hancock was another guy who, if you take a chance on him, he's still young enough to develop, right? Like, I think the Mariners have better to offer than the Yankees.
They do.
And the Mariners would then have to press themselves into trying to get a deal like that done.
Well,
will they do the package deal? I have no
they're
idea.
They're going to try and offer you Harry Ford, who's the top catching prospect in baseball, and
you can give him Jose Herrera.
Need him. I think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football. You should prove it. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, if the Arizona Cardinals were going to make any last-minute moves before training camp really gets going, what should they be? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You move right away. You find your dream home, just move in. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. You find it, that's it. You move in. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find your new home you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Deal with that in a little bit. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on everyone else's schedule. That's not fun at all. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, kind of get a sense of what you have to work with, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
What's up? I'm Phil Briggs, here from my friends at Navy Federal Credit Union. Whether you're looking to buy a new or used car, or maybe just want to refinance your current loan, Navy Federal Credit Union has great rates on auto loans. You can apply via their mobile app or online, and in most cases, get a decision in seconds. So get a great car and great rates with Navy Federal Credit Union. Credit and collateral subject to approval, rates subject to change, and are based on credit worthiness. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, and you can learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
All right, we're back here at Chase Field. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf today. We're getting ready for D-backs Astros Game 3 of the series, but we're also getting ready for Cardinals camp because we'll be out there tomorrow, and that's how we're going to bring Wolf back is for the first day of Cardinals training camp, so that'll be an interesting experience for all of us tomorrow.
Wear your pads as well.
Seriously, I've got a mouth guard in the bag. I'm not even kidding. Mouth guard.
Do you really?
Yeah, he's not, I'm guessing he's not listening right now, so at some point tomorrow I'm just going to wear the mouth guard.
I did hear a rumor that Wolf had to visit by the station today, though, so he's ready. He's ready to go. Trust me. He'll be ready for all of those warm and lovable football takes that everybody is looking forward to.
He said he was old and savage.
He's what, 60 and savage now?
62.
Somewhere,
I'm just glad he got out of the fat and 50 whatever
yeah,
phase.
It's true.
He's just now savage.
He aged into a much better role. All right, so Cardinals training camp opens tomorrow. Mitch, you had this in your pre-show notes. You know, if they were going to make any last-second moves, what would they be? Now, I will say this before we get into this. I don't think they're going to make any last-second moves per se before camp, but they certainly could throughout camp. I mean, there's going to come that moment later in camp where the Cardinals have to cut players, some of which we're going to think are probably pretty good on that defensive line, but they can only keep so many. And other teams are going to have to cut a bunch of players too, and you might be looking to either bolster depth, hopefully just depth. Hopefully you're not looking for starters at any positions at that point. But if you could add pieces here late, what are you looking for?
So it's funny because we talked about this during minicamp, I believe it was. There was one of those days where Wolf had to record something with, I believe it was Calais Campbell at the time, and you and I got to talk for a little bit about Cardinals.
Yeah, I remember that.
And at that time, you had asked, is there anything else that they need to do? And I was comfortable enough in saying, I mean, there's not anything where I'm like pressing for something, but anything else in addition to it would be a luxury.
Oh, I have a better way to ask this question, but go ahead.
And part of my reasoning for that is, like, I'm trying to develop trust in the people that are in charge of this organization. And so far, 2 years in, I'm pretty trusting of that.
There's not much they've done that I haven't liked in the last 2 years.
So if they don't do anything else, like, I'm fine and I'm willing to watch and wait and see. But if we get to a point, like, last year my biggest gripe was they had $20 million left of salary cap spending and they were $20 million short on their defensive side of the ball. Like, could they have not had done anything else to help out that side of the ball? Whereas this year, it feels like they really allocated those funds properly. I don't know what their cap number is right now.
That would be their counter-argument, that they didn't spend it last year because it was setting them up for this year.
Okay, but even year to year, it's not like the cap number rolls over.
Yeah.
The only thing that rolls over is all the contracts on the cap.
Yeah.
Spending the money on the cap, and the cap gradually gets bigger year by year, is my goal for this team. Like, do not be a team that ducks any sort of like luxury tax payments. Like, spend the money to compete and compete now.
So let me ask the question this way, because it's kind of a shorter segment for us right now. But if things don't go the way that we want them to go for this team this season, and it's not because of injuries or because Kyler struggled or whatever, but it's because, you know, at the end of the season we're looking back and saying, you know, it was right there in front of us going into camp when we were out there at Chase Field.
We should have known.
They needed to add this. What position or what spot on the field is most likely to be that? That's
receiver.
Like, we should have known. Yeah, as I was going to say, too.
Receiver or corner would probably be my two. It's not like a veteran corner is going to help a lot more than a veteran receiver would, But you can make the same argument on both sides. It's you don't want to bring in somebody else to take opportunities away from somebody you're trying to develop. And if that's the goal of the Cardinals brass right now, okay, then keep doing that. But if we get to the point in the season, to your argument, we agree that their schedule is very backloaded. So the front of their schedule should be favorable up until they hit the bye.
Yeah.
If they are underperforming at the bye, that's one, close to where the trade deadline is going to be, around week 8, week 9. And two, you need to be aggressive in trying to make sure that this team can get to the playoffs this year, because we all agree playoffs is the goal, and then to win a playoff game is the next goal after getting to the playoffs. They cannot fall short this year, Jim Mora.
No, they can't, and that's kind of what I was looking at. That like if they miss the playoffs at the end of the year, we're not going to look back and be like, they really should have added more tight ends, or I knew they should have added another running back. Like that.
How dare they not add more to their defensive front?
But where you could legitimately look back, I'm trying to kind of put myself in that mindset right now. You said receiver, that could hurt you. That could. I don't know that it will, but it could if things go wrong. The other one would be offensive line. It would. I mean, you like what you have in Paris Johnson Jr. You like what you have in Yelder Froholt, Jonah Williams when he's healthy, but you have some questions about the guards. Now, that doesn't mean these guys aren't going to be good. They might just be good, and you might make the playoffs, and you might win 11 games. But if you're looking back at the end of the year and being like, should we have seen this coming? I think it would be either receiver depth or probably offensive line would because that could hurt you the fastest.
It can, because it's what protects your whole operation on offense. Don't get me wrong. But I am also less about making sure that the offensive line is better than what I think it already is, which is middle-of-the-pack offensive line that has the ability to get better, quite frankly, because they held together admirably when Will Hernandez went down for the year. And they liked it enough that they did not bring back Will Hernandez. And where he is on his recovery, I don't know. I don't talk to Will Hernandez, obviously.
Why not?
But I really should. He seems like a very nice guy.
He is actually a very nice
I just don't want to get in a fight with him. But my point being is that
would lose.
If they wanted to bring Will Hernandez back, I would have thought they would have brought him back already, even if he has to rehab for half of the year.
Yeah, I was kind of the thought there for a while that they were just not bringing him back yet because it's not like he's ready to play yet. But I'm a little... probably more so concerned for Will at this point that he hasn't signed with any team yet, because that seems like a lot of teams are waiting to see how how his rehab's going. I don't know. I mean, a healthy Will Hernandez would certainly help this team, and a healthy Will Hernandez would help a lot of teams by virtue of that. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, can the Arizona Diamondbacks avoid a sweep at the hands of the Houston Astros? We're going to preview the game with D-backs on deck next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell, is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Who are the bad men for the Arizona Cardinals, Basinonians? Who are they going to be?
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
ZipRecruiter.com. Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit Pfizerforall.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, you have nearly 250 trucks in stock. What kind of deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? July has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $12,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months on a new 2025 Sierra HD. Inventory is strong right now. It's definitely the time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost a heartbreaker 3-1 yesterday in Game 2 of the series against the Houston Astros. The D-backs will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. The Phoenix Mercury return from the All-Star break tonight against Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And Arizona Cardinals training camp is underway. For all of our coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks come into this game 50-52. The Astros are 59-42. First pitch is at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mitch, let's begin with the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. A couple of Brandons pitching against each other today. Brandon Pfaadt for the D-backs, Brandon Walter for the Astros, and Pfaadt in particular has been really good in his last 2 outings.
I like this Brandon better than their Brandon, I will say that much. On the season, 10-6 for 4.82 ERA and 106 innings thrown. He's starting to creep up towards I believe a career high in innings, though he threw a lot of innings last year. He threw 181 last year, so I would imagine by season's end he's going to be relatively close to that number. To your point about how much better he's been just in the month of July, his 3 starts in July 3rd against the Giants, 6 innings, 6 hits allowed, 4 runs, not his best, but he bounced back in a massive way the next weekend in San Diego against the Padres, 8 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, and then his most recent start against St. Louis, that was here, kicking off the break, 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs allowed. He's looked a lot more like the Brandon Pfaadt of June, or not from June, from May, and less like the Brandon Pfaadt that we saw in June.
1.38 ERA, 0 walks over his last 2 starts. Brandon Walter for Houston had never started a game at the major league level before the season. He had appeared in 9 for the Red Sox back in 2023. His first 8 career starts have been this year. This will be start number 9 for Houston, and we don't need to make him feel welcome at all.
It's been a trend for Houston's pitching just in general. Like, the batters have taken a hit, but the pitching has taken a massive hit as well. So not surprising to see a bunch of new faces for them.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Here's Torey Lovello talking to the media before yesterday's game, providing injury updates on some of the relievers, specifically Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller.
Jalen Beeks threw a bullpen today. I think it was 31 pitches and felt really good. He'll most likely, if everything goes well, throw a live on Friday. Shelby threw a live today, 16 pitches. Everything was good with his arm and his delivery, but he complained about his low back getting a little tight towards the end of it. So we'll just see how he feels tomorrow, figure out what's going to be happening in back of that.
Now, Mitch, because it's 2025, there's 8 more injury updates, but go ahead.
I'm seeing from our own Alex Weiner from today's pregame media session, Torey Lovello said there's a very good chance Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks will throw 2 live hitters on Friday.
That would be nice. Torey also gave updates on Gabby Moreno and Pavin Smith and Ildemaro Vargas.
Gabby caught a couple of the bullpens and feels good, but we just got to make sure that we monitor what he's doing with his right hand. Still not cleared for all baseball activities, just partial. Pavin took some swings and some ground balls today, and dry swings. Vargas took some swings off of the tee and then some flips, and also took some ground balls. So he's trending in a very positive direction.
And update on Ryan Thompson as well.
RT is the only other one that had any baseball activity, and he just threw out to 60 feet and continues to make progress and stay with the process to get him back out there and throw a bullpen next. When that happens, I'll keep you guys posted.
That's pretty much everybody. That's most of the pregame availability over the last couple months here has just been injury updates because there's been so many.
That's what happens when you have, I think they're at 16 on their injured list or 15 on their injured list, and you know, you could even go as far deep on the Astros side of things if you really wanted to. I saw their third baseman, all-star Isaac Paredes. It's going to be a lot longer for his hamstring injury, so obviously won't have to deal with him. And then lucky enough to dodge Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena as well. But the Astros have still found ways to win.
They have. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Well, Mitch, I feel like I have a pretty obvious key to the game. But what were they last night? 2 for 18 with runners in scoring position? Now we move that number up to, like, I don't know, 8 for 18? Get that number up a little bit.
That's
maybe.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know, but better than 2 for 18. Bases loaded, no out. You got to get some runs. Like the bats have carried them so much this season, and unfortunately, we're seeing the very dramatic side effect of them not being able to get going against the Astros.
Here's my key to the game. It's going to be a very good visual, which is perfect for radio. I want them to give Bryce Matthews this hand signal all day today.
Wow, you can't do that.
It is me holding up all 4 of my fingers.
Well, there's no
Go
cameras.
on, sir. Go on,
You
sir.
just want him to walk
Go
Bryce
on, sir.
No. I'm not walking Bryce Matthews yet. How about no mistakes that are just hanging pitches high in the strike? You know what he is capable of if you make a mistake. That's just reality.
In general, too, this team has really struggled against the left-handers that Houston has thrown at them in this series, and Brandon Walter, another left-hander. So do everything you can to really work those at-bats today.
I'm never worried about the Diamondbacks' offense. It's just very obvious that they need a big game from their offense right now. Or maybe not, if Fok goes out there and gives you another 8 innings of not giving up any runs.
Again, Eugenio Suarez has all of their previous 7 home runs as a team.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see. Let's pick somebody. Who do you want to see a home run from today? I'll tell you, I'd like to see one from Ketel.
I'll go Randall Grichuk. There's a reason he's in the lineup today, and it's because he can hit left-handed pitching.
MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less, Mitch. And last night they didn't drop in the standings. They had a chance to close the gap on the Padres, and they weren't able to do it. So the wild card race right now, the Brewers are 60-41. They lost 1 game, so they're back in the wild card race. The Mets are the number 2 wild card. San Diego's the number 3. And then from there, the Giants are 2.5 back. The Reds are a half game back of the Giants. The Cardinals are a half game back of the Reds, and the Diamondbacks are 2 games back of St. Louis. So Arizona right now is 5.5 games out of that final playoff spot.
And the Marlins are the team playing the Padres, and the Marlins are the team right behind the Diamondbacks. So if the Marlins get another win and the Diamondbacks lose again, that's more ground that the Marlins are gaining on you to try and surpass you. Also, we'll just pass along because we've got scores going on right now. Cubs are trailing the Royals 2-0. That one's early, top of the second. The Pittsburgh Pirates, your next opponent, are about to sweep the Detroit Tigers. Yes, you heard that correctly. The Pittsburgh Pirates are about to sweep the Detroit Tigers. They're up 6-1 on the Tigres in the bottom of the 8th inning. You mentioned Miami and San Diego. Miami actually has a 3-2 lead, top of the 9th, 2 outs. Padres down to their final out. Good. They might lose 2 out of 3 to Miami.
That's the best case scenario.
And then the Giants are up 9-0 in the bottom of the 7th in Atlanta.
I got the lineup right here. I mean, everybody can. It's not like they handed it just to me. But the Diamondbacks lineup, if you are not able to look at it right now, Ketel Marte is batting leadoff. Corbin Carroll, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Gino is cleanup. Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, James McCann, Blaze Alexander, Geraldo Perdomo. That's your lineup right there. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the D-backs. All right. When we come back, well, let me read this to you first. If you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, you should prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. I mean, this is your chance to go up against Wolf in a fantasy football league. Step into your favorite host leagues and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, we will get as many updates as we can in terms of what the Diamondbacks are thinking behind the scenes right now with the trade deadline just over a week away, because their assistant general manager, Mike Fitzgerald, is going to join us right here at this table next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Dill Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell. This is In for Wolf here. We're out at Chase Field, and we are pleased to be joined right now by D-backs Assistant General Manager Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, thank you so much for the time. We're out here ahead of Game 3 against the Astros. Here, I'll just start here. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We kind of feel the same.
We've had like a million different conversations on this show, and I'm sure all the shows here, just trying to figure out what you guys are thinking or where, what is going to necessarily dictate what you do over the next week or so. How are you approaching the next 8 days?
The next 8 days, like my 2-year-old likes to say when she's working on a new puzzle for the first time, it's a little tricky.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at. The next 8 days for us are a little tricky. There's not an obvious path that we need to go and pursue. We're talking about this off air. We budgeted for messy in terms of what we need to be prepared for. And so I think over these next 8 days, we're going to try to find as much clarity as we can on where the decisions can be made to help the organization in the 1 to 3 year window. And we're going to try to use these next 8 days to get as much information as we can and eventually make some decisions, either in the decision to move someone or a decision to hold someone in a way that helps
this organization for the next 1 to 3 years.
Not that this is exactly the position that you want to be in, but this is always an exciting time of year, at least from an outer perspective, and seeing players on the move, or at least talking about players on the move. What is it like from your perspective now that we are so close to that deadline?
Yeah, it's the deadline's always interesting because your mood is still dictated based on how the team is playing, and yet you kind of need to be able to separate that a little bit and evaluate where your team is at objectively. It's frustrating because we feel like the teams that are currently in hold of a playoff spot, we can compete against those teams. We've demonstrated that in the series that we've played against them. You get those opportunities based on what you've done, not on what you can do. And what we've done hasn't been good enough to put ourselves into that mix. We're just on the outer cusp of it, but we're not in that mix right now. So there's a lot of noise that happens this time of year. There's so many different possibilities and permutations of what decisions could be made and how you could shuffle things around and what you could go after, where you could put your priorities and your focus. So, yeah, it's a weird time where you try to separate the emotion of what happens night to night and then stay locked in on what your goals are for the organization, both in short term, medium term, and long term. And it's noisy, and there's not always a clear right answer, but we're going to try to do the most responsible thing that we think we can based on what is available to us over these next 8 days.
We're talking to D-backs assistant GM Mike Fitzgerald. You mentioned, you're trying to do what's best for this team now through the window of, the next 1 to 3 years. When you look at the standings, we were just looking at this earlier, 5.5 back. I mean, you're not going to make that up in the next 8 days, but you do have 60 games left.
Totally.
So is there a way where if you had to move a guy or two, you can do that and still get pieces back, but also still go for it kind of this year?
Totally. Yeah. When I say 1 to 3, I mean, maybe I should say 0 to 3. I mean this year as part of that focus.
Okay. Yeah.
We have to be realistic about what we have left. We have a 60-game sprint to make up the ground that we need to make up. Is that impossible to do? Not at all. It's a thick race, right? So we need to be realistic about that. And if we were talking about this also off air, the 4 expiring contracts, we should be getting something for them if they do finish the year as Diamondbacks. So there's a different kind of calculus that lets you hold a high bar for what types of talent would need to be coming back if any one of those players were to be moved. So those are the things we're constantly trying to think through. But yes, the 1 to 3 is including 2025 as part of that one, because we don't want to close off any opportunity for this team to get hot and play up to its caliber and get a little healthy down the stretch. And then the next thing you know, we have made up the gap that we're sitting in right now with 60 games to go. And as we all saw in 2023, you just got to get your foot in the door. You got to take it to the dance, and anything can happen. So that's something that we definitely believe in.
You look or you listen to any sort of national conversation that's happening in baseball right now, and the Diamondbacks are, if not the first team, are one of the first teams that are brought up in terms of this particular time of year, because, as you mentioned, you have 4 guys that are very coveted across the league. How difficult is it to be that bell of the ball position? Because there's been sell deadlines that you guys have gone through in the past, but this feels rather unique compared to what you guys have done here in your tenure here.
Yeah, I would say this feels like the most unique deadline that we've had since we've been here. And for the reasons that you just outlined, we have 4 players that are very highly coveted that are not guaranteed to be Diamondbacks in 2026. And so naturally that's where a lot of the attention from opposing teams ends up going towards. And yet those guys are important components of this team being the best version of itself. So we're constantly trying to delicate that balance. It sucks because you win 3 in a row, you're feeling really good about, okay, maybe we can navigate this thing. And then we have 2 games where honestly it feels like one player that was probably too much of an unknown to us has beaten us in both of these last 2 games. And you're like, all right, well, does that mean we're taking steps back, or does that mean we just got beat by one guy? And we're trying to weigh all of that out. Like I said earlier, there's no clear-cut right answer on what to do, but it ends up turning into a ton of conversations in a lot of different directions, and you don't really have a ton of clarity about where it's going to go until you see the cards that everybody else is holding, and usually those don't come out until the 30th, 31st.
That was going to be my next question. We're talking to Mike Fitzgerald. You are, I would assume, in a position where you could take this up to the last second, because if you have to sell off pieces, you have the pieces that everybody else wants. How much will offers that you get dictate your decision making?
I think it'll dictate a lot. Okay. We're trying to have non-emotional conversations now around what is the threshold that we should be discussing any player. And so in that, you don't want to have something surprise you at the last minute, and now you're making kind of an uninformed decision to shoot from the hip on maybe a return that we didn't spend a ton of time talking about. We're still trying to balance that. Ideally, any moves that we would make are ones that could help this 2025 team through the end. The bullpen has probably been the biggest blinking light. They've done a decent job. Last night's probably the first one in this month at least that you look at and you're like, oof, man, all right, that would have been an area that if we had a bit more strength in, maybe last night's game goes a little bit differently. So, yeah, we're constantly trying to juggle that. There's no perfect formula to making sure you're making the best decisions on the 31st when the deadline hits, but you try to do as much discussion ahead of time so that you're not forced into rushing and shooting from the hip and then hoping that the guys you get in return end up being meeting the standard of what we're looking for Diamondback baseball in the big picture.
I want to ask you about Gino in particular because he probably gets talked about the most in terms of maybe movable asset, but he's also an all-star. He's also top 5 in home runs. He's leading Major League Baseball in RBIs. How difficult is it to hear his name getting talked about the way that it is when he's having as good of a season as he is, and because you know the value that he's offered to your team since he's gotten here?
Yeah, his is probably the most difficult because what he has done should be plenty good enough for a team that's trying to go on a playoff push, which is why he's so attractive to the other teams. He's probably one of the trickiest ones to have that name pop up because it's hard to see 29 other teams that don't say, oh, yeah, I'd love to have a guy that has a chance to lead a league in home runs or lead the league in RBIs. It's probably the most difficult on Gino because I think Gino really wants to be here. I think he's appreciated the time he's had here. I think he's aware of all the love and support and energy that was poured into him when he was going through a rough patch early part of last year, and then he had a group around him that was really pulling for him and help him right the ship, and he's done it in the most incredible way possible. But, yeah, I know he's feeling these next 8 days out a little bit, and I know long-term he wants to be here and help. He wants to see this team win. He absolutely wants to win. He wants it to be as part of this team. And so, again, these are the things that we're trying to juggle and balance, and that's what he's done up to this point is a big reason why our focus still wants to be including this 2025 team. And how do we keep the path open? How do we keep the door open for this team to go on a little bit of a run and make something happen?
Mike, we always appreciate the time and the honesty, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That's Mike Fitzgerald joining us right here out at Chase Field for Arizona Sports Half Day Club as we close in on first pitch here between the Diamondbacks and the Houston Astros. And that's pretty much going to do it for us here. Mitch, any final thoughts? You have about 5 seconds.
I just noticed he's sporting the Sun Devils hat, so go Devils. Wife is a two-time national champion. Let's go.
What's up? All right. Thanks to everybody out here. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. Thanks to Mitch for filling in. I'm Luke Lipinski. We got D-backs Astros coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back to back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, D-backs fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, D-backs BP Show.
The Snakes are hoping to avoid being swept at home here this afternoon. Welcome to the D-backs BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks prepare for the series finale against the Houston Astros. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Ali Narini. After a sweep of the Cardinals over the weekend, things have not gone nearly as well since the Astros came to town. A 6-3 loss on Monday night put the D-backs behind the 8-ball, but it was a heartbreaking 3-1 loss last night that lost them the series. It was a fantastic pitcher's duel with Eduardo Rodriguez tossing 6 1/3 shutout innings, one of his better starts of the season, and frankly, one of his better starts as a Diamondback. But Framber Valdez, he's just tough to beat, man. He lasted 7 innings with just 1 run against him. Rookie infielder Bryce Matthews, he hit his 3rd home run of this series, 2 on Monday, 1 last night. He's driven in 7 of the 9 runs that the Astros have scored over the last 2 days. And we'll see if the D-backs change the way that they attack him this afternoon, because he is back in the starting lineup, as you might imagine. And ultimately, it came down to a desperate bottom of the ninth when the Diamondbacks loaded the bases with 3 base hits, no outs. They needed 2 runs to tie, but that's when Blaze Alexander struck out. Jose Herrera grounded into a game-ending double play, and like I said, just heartbreaking for the Diamondbacks. Arizona, they were 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position yesterday, and they're 3 for 19 over the course of this entire series. So there have been opportunities, but they just couldn't capitalize on enough of them. And the Astros have now won each of Valdez's last 13 starts. That ties a franchise record set by Garrett Cole back in 2019. And since May 7th, Framber is 10-0 with 11 quality starts and has the longest win streak in all of baseball. So today becomes the last chance to salvage the series. The D-backs will face yet another lefty on the mound. Rookie Brandon Walter will start for the Astros, drafted in the 26th round of the 2019 draft. Walter first appeared in the big leagues 2 years ago with the Red Sox. He missed all of 2024 and then was signed by Houston as a free agent. He's 1-3 with a 3.66 ERA in 8 starts in the big leagues this year, and he was even better in Sugarland. So he has a 5-pitch arsenal. He likes to mix his pitches very well, a cutter that he relies on a lot, paired with a sweeper. But it's actually his four-seam fastball that has the best effects so far this season. He's held opposing hitters to an average of .086 on the year on that pitch. Naturally, the D-backs will continue to have their lineup stacked with right-handed hitters, as they have all series long. We'll take a look at the lineup here in just a few minutes, but on the mound for Arizona, Brandon Pfaadt looked great against the St. Louis Cardinals this past weekend. He held them scoreless through 7. Brandon collected his 10th win of the season and became the first Diamondback to get to 10 in the first 20 starts of a year since Zach Gallen did that in 2023. Pfaadt has faced the Astros just once in his career, and it was a difficult loss, but he's got a new trick up his sleeve, a cutter that he's been working on behind the scenes, something to give him a little more east-west movement in the zone, and it pairs really well with his sinker and his sweeper. So far, so good with the new pitch, which he's been getting some advice on from Corbin Burns. I mean, who throws a better cutter than that guy, right? Nobody better to mentor you along the way. We'll see if Brandon can continue that momentum here that he got from the weekend. We've got just 7 games left between now and the MLB trade deadline, and after the break, we'll take you a look at a more comprehensive view of the National League wildcard picture and where the Diamondbacks fit within that. That's coming up just around the corner on the D-backs BP show on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
It's a beautiful day at the grocery store. The shopper is rounding the end cap. Uh-oh, looks like there's some spilled tomato sauce. Here comes the slide. Oh,
that's going to leave a mark, Bob.
Talk about a curveball.
Clean up on aisle 5.
At Morgan & Morgan, we know injuries can come out of left field. As America's largest injury law firm, we've recovered over $20 billion for our clients. If you've been injured in an accident, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
This is Dave Pash. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life and for my family. Planning ahead helps keep all of us healthy. Dignity Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So, keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/DHMG.
Avnet is your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We are a global technology distributor and solutions provider headquartered right here in the Valley. We help businesses all over the world source the right technology components and manage the logistics to get their products to market. The components we distribute are likely in the products you use and depend on every day, from your car to your household appliances. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-Backs BP Show.
7 games left for the D-backs before the trade deadline. Today's finale against the Astros, then 3 games in Pittsburgh against the Pirates, and then 3 in Detroit against the AL-leading Tigers. Those are your last few chances to stack some wins before that deadline, and the D-backs front office has been constantly evaluating where they fit in the NL wildcard picture to best determine what they want to do in the next week or so. The Diamondbacks currently sitting 5.5 games back of a wild card spot with 4 teams ahead of them. As of right now, here's what it looks like. The Cubs and Brewers tied for their division lead in the NL Central, so one of them could take a wild card, certainly. Chicago facing the Royals today. The Brewers have the Mariners. The second wild card spot taken up by the New York Mets. They're the next best team in the NL, and they have the Angels this afternoon. And then that third wild card spot, right now, the final team in that playoff position would be the San Diego Padres, who are taking on the Miami Marlins. 2.5 games back of them is the San Francisco Giants, and 3.5 back are the Cincinnati Reds and the St. Louis Cardinals, all of which are playing teams today that are not currently in the playoff picture. That leaves the Diamondbacks 2 games behind the teams that they are closest to catching, and sort of the last team that I would consider in contention for a playoff spot, seeing as how the Miami Marlins, they're 7.5 games out. They've been much better as of late, don't get me wrong, but I still don't see them jumping back into the mix, just my opinion. So at 5.5 games back, is that close enough for the Diamondbacks to consider adding some pieces at the deadline? And perhaps even more importantly, is it enough to convince the front office to keep some of the big boppers who are largely responsible for this offense being one of the best in Major League Baseball this year? That remains to be seen. The direction of this franchise and where they choose to go from here is quite literally hanging in the balance each and every day. And with every game that's played, we get closer and closer to finding out which path they will ultimately choose. But any sort of winning streak between now and the deadline would have to begin here today, this afternoon. So let's take a look at what the D-backs will do with their starting lineup to counter the third southpaw that they will see, at least starter-wise, throughout the course of this series. Starting with Ketel Marte hitting leadoff and playing second base again today. Corbin Carroll will play center field for the 3rd straight day as he is batting second. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left field, he bats 3rd. Eugenio Suarez is your cleanup hitter. He's playing the hot corner again today. Josh Naylor bats 5th. He's at first base. Randall Grichuk, he had 3 hits, including 2 doubles last night. He'll be back in right field and hitting 6th. James McCann behind the dish. He's doing the catching, and he's batting 7th here today. Blaze Alexander, instead of playing the field the way he has the last couple days, he'll be the designated hitter against the lefty here tonight and batting 8th. And Geraldo Perdomo will bring up the rear. He is hitting 9th. As he is the shortstop for Torey Lovello's Diamondbacks. Coming up next, we'll get you the injury report for today's game. It all comes your way next on the D-backs BP Show on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
Don't miss these late-season matchups when the Cleveland Guardians, Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies, and Los Angeles Dodgers visit Chase Field. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
Steve's training for a 5K at Planet Fitness. Now he's thinking 10K. Join today. $1 down, $15 a month. Over 40 locations around Phoenix. Deal ends July 31st. Planet Fitness. See Home Club for terms and conditions.
And Team Bravo, back Backyard recon complete. And command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
12 News is dedicated to the Arizona Diamondbacks, bringing you the Friday fun. Lead off with D-backs on deck to get you ready for the first pitch. Then, tune in to watch select Friday home games on 12 News. It's all followed by 12 News at 10 for the latest developments across the state. Stream D-backs on deck, then catch up on breaking news, weather, and exclusive content. All available anytime on 12+. It's baseball season in Arizona. 12 News, the official broadcast home of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. D-backs BP Show.
Let's take a look at the injury report for today's game. It's brought to you by DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Home for all of your back care needs. Go to sciatica.com and get back in the game with DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Shelby Miller threw live batting practice just yesterday, about 16 pitches, but afterward reported that he was feeling some tightness in his lower back. Doesn't seem to be much of an issue, though, as he's expected to throw another live on Friday. Jalen Beeks completed his second bullpen yesterday, 31 pitches, and he will throw live BP on Friday as well. So he could be on his way back to the bullpen in the very near future. Ryan Thompson is right behind those two. He's been throwing long toss out to about 60 feet as he works to rebuild some arm strength before he gets back on a mound. So that's 3 arms that could potentially return to the pen here in the next couple of weeks. Likewise, Christian Mena is close to resuming a throwing program. He's been dealing with a shoulder strain since early June. It would be nice to have another starting pitcher option in the later part of the season, so that's great news. And catcher Gabby Moreno caught some of those bullpens that we mentioned earlier this week, but he's not yet cleared to resume all baseball activities. His CT scan showed that his right hand has not fully healed just yet, so it seems like he's close to picking up a baseball again. And Pavin Smith and Ildemaro Vargas both swung the bat this week. Smith has been doing dry swings and some fielding drills, while Vargas has been hitting off of a tee. So they might be on similar timelines in their returns from the injured list. Here in just a moment, I'll sit down with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks just before the series finale. Torey Lovello joins me next on the D-backs BP Show on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
When I had a back issue, I put my trust into the board's certified fellowship-trained spine surgeons at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Hi, Greg Schulte. DISC surgeons choose the most minimally invasive spine procedure necessary for your condition to help restore your lifestyle. If you're feeling pain radiating down your leg or your arm, do what I did. Contact DISC. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
At New Vision Auto Glass, you can get your window replaced and get up to $250 cash back.
I got $140 from New Vision Auto Glass.
I just went online, answered a few questions, and before you knew it, I got a new windshield and a check.
Call New Vision today.
480-210-9090.
We'll come to you, repair or replace your windshield, and hand you the cash.
NewVisionAutoglass.com. 480-210-9090.
New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez. Daniel's Jewelers is a proud sponsor of the Trip Around the Diamond and your family jeweler since 1948. Daniel's is giving every fan a voucher for a free team bracelet and $50 off any $99 purchase. Visit danielsjewelers.com/baseball to get your voucher. That's danielsjewelers.com/baseball. You can redeem at any of the 100 Daniel's Jewelers stores nationwide. Own the dream with Daniel's Jewelers.
Hear that?
That's the sound of winning with Arizona Lottery's loaded cash explosion scratchers. They're loaded with $1,000 prizes with explosive top prizes of $2.5 million. Head to an Arizona Lottery retailer and play today.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. The D-Backs Manager Show. Brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Welcome back to the D-Backs BP show as we're getting set for the series finale between the Houston Astros and the Arizona Diamondbacks. And joining me right now is Torey Lovello, the manager for the Diamondbacks. Torey, last night, 3-1 loss. For you, what was the most frustrating aspect of that game?
Probably the most frustrating thing was that we had a lead late, and we couldn't capitalize on that. Framber Valdez is one of the best pitchers in the American League. We had him on the ropes. We couldn't get that big hit, but we took a lead, and we were maintaining the lead. And you feel like you can get away with winning a game that he pitches, you're doing a lot right. It was, the middle game of a series, and you wanna win that game to hopefully come out and win a series. And we need to win baseball games. That's the bottom line. So I think the frustration was that we held on so late into that game, and I felt like we had a chance to win it 1-0, but we didn't.
As tough as Framber Valdez was to crack, Eduardo Rodriguez was probably better in that game. What was the most encouraging part of his outing for you?
Well, if you're a fan of baseball and you're a purist, you had to love watching what was going on yesterday. I think you're right. Eddie was dialed up, and his fastball was up to 94. He was hitting spots with it. The cut fastball for me mid-game really took shape, took nice form, and he was getting some easy, quick outs. And I think overall the rest did him well. He prepared very well, and he went out there and just dialed it up with 3 really good pitches. And we needed that on a day where we knew we were going up against a guy like Framber Valdez.
Offensively, tough to get going. A couple of missed opportunities. I think the number is 3 for 19 with runners in scoring position during this series. What is the fix for that, if there is one?
Well, we've been building innings, and so if you're getting that many players on base, you're bound to crack the code at some point. We have had several opportunities with the right guys in the right place at the plate that unfortunately just haven't got the big hit. Hitting with men in scoring position is a very difficult proposition. But I want us to have a plan. I want us to have an approach. I want us to understand that, you can't just go pull side jackpot every single time and expect to hit a home run with men in scoring position. You have to be a little crafty. You have to use the whole field and be very patient and wait for the pitch you can really drive.
I thought Randall Grichuk had a nice night. 3 hits, 2 of which were doubles off of Valdez. And as we know, his job has been to hit lefties over the last 2 years. How do you feel about some of the at-bats that you're seeing from Randall here lately?
Yeah, he's been very consistent. Not only against the left-handers. I remember the 2 home run day against the Angels before the All-Star break, but